Chapter 5389. Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone were evenly matched. The everlasting fire spirit and the snow demon true body were both shocked by this scene. However, only Gu Fei knew his own situation. He was only able to fight against Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone by relying on the Ascension's secret technique and extreme breaking power. Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone punched out again. This fellow had used the power of the entire small heaven and earth. The power of his punch was much stronger than before. When he punched out, space and time were under his control in an instant. Gu Fei couldn't dodge Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone at all. This was because the fist technique of Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone was simply too heaven-defying. In front of Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone's fist, Gu Fei's entire body became slow. What could he do? Break for me. Gu Fei had no choice but to activate the extreme breaking power with all his might, causing his fist force to instantly break through his own limits. Then his slowed-down movements returned to their original speed. However, he was still half a step too slow. Bam! Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone's fist landed squarely on Gu Fei's chest. This made Gu Fei really depressed. Why did this fellow only attack one position? Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying by Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone again. He had no choice. His opponent's fist technique directly controlled the space and time around him. Moreover, the power of the entire small heaven and earth was being used by this fellow. This was Sacred Lord Void Sky's method of increasing his combat strength. Although it was simple and direct, it was very useful. Even Gu Fei knew how to use the power of heaven and earth. However, there was probably no one in history who could cultivate this mystic art to Sacred Lord Void Sky's level. The fist technique created by Sacred Lord Void Sky was simply invincible. This fist technique displayed the power of time, space, and heaven and earth to the extreme. It was not impossible to break through the laws of time and space, and the method was very simple. However, knowing the method was one thing, being able to do it was another thing. At this moment, Gu Fei was sent flying another 100 miles by Sacred Master Void Sky's divine sense incarnation. He rolled on the ground for another dozen or so miles before finally lying on the ground with his face covered in dirt. It had been a long time since he had been beaten so badly, especially in the Void Realm. Ever since Gu Fei had come to the Void Realm, he had never been in such a sorry state. Even when Limitless Demon had appeared, he had only retreated. Even the Limitless Demon King wouldn't be able to put him in such a difficult position. But now, Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was so strong. Just one incarnation was enough to put him in such a sorry state. Although he had an extremely strong martial body, he was still being abused. It was hard to imagine just how powerful Sacred Master Void Sky's main body was. Just one incarnation was enough to beat Gu Fei, who was a true infinite power. One had to know that Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary infinite power expert. He was a martialist who had defied the heavens and achieved the infinite Tao fruit. Martialists were inherently stronger than other cultivators of the same level. So what if you have a secret technique to increase your combat strength? You are still no match for me. Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It then looked down at him with disdain. In this place he was the master. Everything here was created by him, so he could use the power here as he pleased. Even a true infinite power would have to lower their head in this place. No one had ever been able to defeat Sacred Master Void Sky in his territory, and no one had ever been able to not lower their head in his territory. In the eyes of Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation, all living beings that entered this place would only have one fate, their life and death. Damn it, your power is this world. At this moment, Gu Fei also saw the problem. It seemed like he had underestimated this fellow. This fellow had fused himself with this world, and all the power in this small world belonged to this fellow. This was a powerful force left behind by the true, sacred Master Void Sky. His battle with Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation was no different from Sacred Master Void Sky's true body. How could he possibly defeat Sacred Master Void Sky's true body? Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation was definitely the strongest opponent that Gu Fei had ever encountered in his life. This is bad. The snow demon's true body couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw this scene. She didn't want to become someone's prisoner or slave. However, Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation was so powerful that even if she teamed up with Gu Fei, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything. However, there was no time for the snow demon's true body to think too much. She could either fight to the death or submit to this fellow. However, it was impossible for the snow demon's true body to submit. She could only fight. Boom! In the next moment, a shocking force erupted from the snow demon's true body, and the temperature of the entire small world plummeted. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out and shrouded the entire small world. The entire small world seemed to be frozen. Ice and snow appeared everywhere, and the entire small world suddenly became a world of ice and snow. You finally can't help but make a move? The Wuji divine flame in the distance said sarcastically when it saw this scene. So what if you make a move? How can a small firefly compete with Master's divine sun in the sky? The Wuji divine flame sneered. Shut up. The snow demon's true body was enraged, and it roared at the Wuji divine flame. TSK, I won't shut up. What can you do to me? The Wuji divine flame wasn't afraid of the snow demon's true body at all. This was because it now had its Master's divine will incarnation as its backer. This backer was stronger than anyone else. With such a powerful backer, who would the Wuji divine flame be afraid of? At this moment, Gu Fei slowly stood up from the ground, and an unprecedentedly powerful wave of essence, qi, erupted from his body. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. The divine will incarnation of Sacred Master Void Sky was very surprised. Gu Fei's combat strength still had room for improvement, and he couldn't help but be moved. Almost at the same time, Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body disappeared on the spot. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body appeared on the left and right of the divine will incarnation of Sacred Master Void Sky. The divine will incarnation of Sacred Master Void Sky stretched out its hands and actually blocked the fists of Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body. Roar! The divine will incarnation of Sacred Master Void Sky let out a roar. His body shook violently and he exerted force with his hands. Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. Not only did he block the combined attack of Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body with his own strength, but he also forced them back. This combat strength shocked Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body. Chapter 5390. The snow demon true body finally couldn't help but make a move. If Gu Fei was defeated by Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual Will Clone, she would be next. Therefore, she had to team up with Gu Fei even if she didn't want to. The three silhouettes were moving quickly within the pocket dimension. They were extremely fast, and the power that erupted from each silhouette shook the entire pocket dimension. In the void of the small world, hideous and terrifying spatial cracks appeared one after another. So what if the two of you team up? Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual Will Clone laughed coldly as she attacked. Countless palm shadows appeared in the void, and shocking collisions sounded continuously. The void exploded, and destructive power spread out. The entire small world seemed like it was going to collapse. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He punched out again and again. The powerful fist force exploded, and the 5 elemental fist force intertwined. His fist force soared to the limit. The snow demon true body was shrouded in cold air. Her jade-like hand slapped towards Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual sense incarnation. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual sense incarnation couldn't dodge in time, and both his legs were frozen. Humph. Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual will clone laughed coldly. Then a powerful force exploded from his body and directly shattered the ice on his legs. However, Gu-Fei's fist had already smashed into his back. Bam! Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual will clone was directly blown away by Gu-Fei's punch. Damn it! Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual will clone landed on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. You are only SOSO. Gu-Fei pointed his middle finger at Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual will clone. Swish! In the next moment, Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual will clone suddenly appeared in front of Gu-Fei and sent Gu-Fei flying with a punch. You dare to look down on me? No one has ever dared to look down on me. Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual will clone was filled with killing intent. I seal. At this moment, the snow demon true body descended from the sky. An extremely cold power descended from the sky and directly enveloped Sacred Master Void Sky Spiritual will clone. In just an instant, Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual force incarnation had turned into an ice sculpture. Kill! The snow demon's true body ruthlessly punched the ice sculpture. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ice sculpture formed by Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual sense exploded. Did you kill him? Gu-Fei rushed over from the distance. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help being shocked. This snow demon's true form was extremely powerful. Its extreme cold energy could practically freeze everything. Even Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation had been frozen by her. The snow demon true body destroyed the frozen Sacred Master Void Sky's divine sense incarnation with a single punch. This, the Wuji fire spirit who saw this scene from afar, was almost scared out of his wits. If his master was defeated by these two fellows, he would also suffer. However, Gu-Fei's expression suddenly turned solemn. Streams of purple qi rushed out from the ground and gathered together. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Gu-Fei and the snow demon's true form. Gu-Fei and the snow demon's true form both stared at this figure. You guys still can't do it. Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation glanced at Gu-Fei and the snow demon's true form and sneered. You dare to say that I can't do it? Enraged, Gu-Fei charged forward once more. Rumble! The 5 elemental fist force exploded from Gu-Fei's fist, shaking the heavens and earth. The snow demon's true form also attacked. A terrifying cold energy exploded from the hands of the snow demon's true form and froze everything. At this moment, the Wuji fire spirit had already hidden far away. Even an infinite power like it couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. Muffled collisions sounded continuously. Gu-Fei and the snow demon's true form were continuously sent flying by Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation. However, they immediately attacked again. This battle was really satisfying. Gu-Fei had used almost all of his trump cards, but he still couldn't defeat this fellow. The snow demon's true form was vast and mighty, and the surrounding void was shaking as if it couldn't contain his powerful martial body. Bam! Bam! Gu-Fei's fist landed on the chest of Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation. However, at the same time, Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation's fist also landed on his body. The two figures were sent flying back at the same time. Swoosh! When Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation was sent flying, the snow demon's true form made its move. A layer of transparent ice appeared on Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation. He was sealed by the snow demon's true form again. Gu Fei took advantage of this opportunity to use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit, Tao, sword, secret technique. A moment later, a beam of primordial spirit light shot out from his forehead and turned into a sharp sword shadow. It instantly slashed at the divine will incarnation, which was sealed by sacred master void sky. The sword shadow directly penetrated the ice on sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation and pierced right through it. Boom! The ice on sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation instantly exploded. Sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation actually became faint and illusory. You, sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation revealed a terrified expression for the first time. His aura actually became much weaker. Gu Fei's sword had finally injured this fellow. Again, when Gu Fei saw this, he immediately charged over from afar. A divine eye seemed to have appeared between his eyebrows. Rays of primordial spirit light shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into sword shadows that pierced through sacred master Su Tian's divine will incarnation. The primordial spirit, Tao, sword, secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was the nemesis of all divine will incarnations and primordial spirit clones. As long as one was hit by this primordial spirit Tao sword, one's soul would definitely be destroyed. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation actually wasn't destroyed after being hit by his sword. Only his figure became slightly illusory. What? Sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation was shocked. How would he dare to let these sword lights get close to him? Sacred master void sky's hand spun in front of him, and the primordial spirit sword lights that pierced through from all directions were all sucked in by a powerful devouring force in front of him. Countless primordial spirit sword lights gathered in front of sacred master void sky's body and turned into a ball of light. Sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation revolved his hands and pushed the ball of light formed by the power of his primordial spirit toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. He allowed the ball of light to hit his body. The instant the ball of light hit his body, it entered his body and was devoured by him. At this moment, light shot out of his eyes, and he attacked sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation with all his might. Even sacred master void sky's divine will incarnation was flustered by Gu Fei's fierce attack. Chapter 50, 391. The battle continued in sacred Lord Void Sky's little world. The sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's forehead pierced through the void and lit up the sky. Sword chi flew everywhere, but sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was trying its best to dodge. It didn't dare to let the sword chi touch it because it had met its nemesis. Although the spiritual will clone left behind by sacred Lord Void Sky was extremely strong, Gu Fei's secret technique specialized in restraining primordial spirits. As long as it was hit by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword, even sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone would be severely injured. If it was hit by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword, sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone would probably dissipate. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was moving rapidly in the void. Countless afterimages of sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone appeared in the void. Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword pierced through these afterimages, but it was unable to pierce through sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone. While Gu Fei was attacking, the snow demon true body wasn't idle either. Her cold aura permeated every nook and cranny. Even sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was covered in frost. At this time, the snow demon true body was no longer able to freeze sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone. However, sacred Lord Void Sky's movement and speed were affected by the cold aura. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was affected by the cold aura of the snow demon true body and paused for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Swish! A primordial spirit, sword light, brushed past the left cheek of Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone. A bloody mark immediately appeared on the left cheek of Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was extremely shocked. He was a spiritual will clone and didn't have a physical body. However, his opponent was able to leave a wound on his body. This had never happened before. Spiritual will clones couldn't be injured or bleed. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was injured and bleeding. What kind of mystic art is this? Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's technique was simply too heaven-defying. It was able to make Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine sense incarnation feel pain. How was this possible? Take a guess. Gu Fei smiled. Primordial soul, sword lights, continued to shoot out from his glabella. These sword lights followed Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation like a shadow. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual force incarnation kept flashing in the void and dodged all the sword lights that pierced towards him. However, these sword lights didn't disappear. Instead, they flashed continuously in the void and attacked Sacred Lord Su Tian's divine will clone from all directions. Gu Fei's primordial soul sword light surrounded Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will incarnation. All of his paths of retreat were sealed. You're still not dead this time? Gu Fei was going all out. Even with his cultivation, he was struggling to hold on. Moreover, the time limit for his ascension's secret technique was almost up. If Gu Fei couldn't get rid of Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will embodiment within the time it took for the ascension mystic technique to be executed, he and Xue Yao would be in deep trouble. I seal. Xue Yao's true body didn't hold back at all. She attacked with all her might. An extremely cold force erupted from her hands and directly sealed the void around Sacred Master Su Tian's primordial soul sword light. This way, Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation would find it even harder to escape from Gu Fei's primordial soul sword light. Countless sword lights gathered and instantly minced Sacred Master Su Tian's primordial soul sword light into countless pieces. What? The Wuji fire spirit who saw this scene from afar was shocked. The divine will incarnation left behind by its master was destroyed. Just like that? This is bad. The Wuji fire spirit wanted to escape. Even its master's divine will incarnation had been killed by these two fellows. How would it dare to stay here? Just as the Wuji fire spirit was about to escape, Gu Fei suddenly looked up into the sky. High up in the sky, a cloud of qi had appeared out of nowhere. This cloud was surging rapidly. Very soon, a figure appeared in the sky. If this person wasn't Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation, who else could it be? This is ridiculous. How is this possible? Gu Fei was a little stunned. However, he could sense that Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was already very weak. What made Gu Fei in disbelief was that Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was so strong. It had been slashed by his primordial soul, sword light, countless times, but it still hadn't been destroyed. The divine will incarnation left behind by Sacred Master Su Tian was really too strong. Before this, Gu Fei had never seen such a strong divine will incarnation. Moreover, Gu Fei didn't expect a divine will incarnation to be so strong. You want to kill me? Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation sneered. Kill. The snow demon true body roared angrily and directly attacked Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation. An extremely sharp and cold sword light rushed out of her hands. Buzz! The sword hummed and the sky changed color. The snow demon true body's sword Dao cultivation was actually so strong. This was something that even Gu Fei didn't expect. Why did stronger existences all like to cultivate the sword Dao? Gu Fei also cultivated the Sword Dao. However, the Sword Dao was just one of the 9 great Daos that he cultivated. It wasn't considered much. However, the Snow Demon True Body's Sword Dao didn't seem to be weaker than the Limitless Sword Master. If these two met, there would probably be a good show to watch. Gu Fei thought about the Limitless Sword Master that Yu Xian, and the Ling Tian Palace Master had fused together. That was an infinite stage supreme Sword Master. However, this Snow Demon True Body was also an infinite stage existence. You think you can kill me? Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation punched out with her right hand. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Snow Demon True Body's sword light completely shattered in the void. The Snow Demon True Body was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. So strong! Only now did the Snow Demon True Body realize how strong Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was. It seems like I have no choice but to use my true trump card. As Gu Fei spoke, his entire body turned into an immortal sword light. This sword light erupted with an unprecedentedly strong wave of sword chi. Swish! The sword light flashed by, and Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was directly split in half. A weak wave of divine will came from Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation. Then, the divine will incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian, which had been split in half by Gu Fei's sword, dissipated in the void and completely disappeared. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He staggered and almost fell from the sky. He had used all the power in his body to form a primordial Soul Dao sword. This sword was also the strongest sword that Gu Fei had executed after he cultivated the primordial Soul Dao sword. Before this, Gu Fei had never executed such a powerful sword. Chapter 5392. Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual sense incarnation was finally destroyed by Gu Fei's sword. The Wuji fire spirit was stunned when it saw its master's spiritual sense incarnation disappear. It couldn't speak for a long time. The Snow Demon's true body was also shocked. She realized that she had underestimated Gu Fei. Gu Fei's mystique was simply the nemesis of all living creatures. One had to know that once one's primordial spirit was destroyed, even the strongest living creature would become a walking corpse. Even if one's physical body was still alive, it would just be a shell. The Snow Demon's true body couldn't help but be a little afraid of Gu Fei. At this moment, the powerful aura on Gu Fei's body was rapidly weakening. Very soon, the extremely overbearing and powerful aura on his body disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Gu Fei retracted all the aura on his body. Even the Snow Demon's true body couldn't sense his aura. The Snow Demon's true body's expression became somewhat solemn. This fella had many secrets. The mystique he was proficient in was also a mystique that she had never seen before. At this moment, the Snow Demon's true body was not only a little afraid of Gu Fei, but she was also very curious about Gu Fei's background. She wanted to know more about this fella. However, if Gu Fei didn't say anything, who would know his background in this void realm? Why aren't you coming to greet your new master? Gu Fei suddenly turned around and said to the Wuji fire spirit. What? The Wuji fire spirit was shocked and angry. Even its master's spiritual sense incarnation was destroyed by this human. How could it be a match for this fella? Master, little fire greets master. The Wuji fire spirit quivered and directly rushed in front of Gu Fei. It directly knelt at Gu Fei's feet and trembled. That's more like it, Gu Fei said proudly as he looked up at the clouds with his hands behind his back. This fella, the Snow Demon True Body, looked at Gu Fei, but was somewhat disapproving. If Gu Fei subdued the limitless fire spirit, then he would not be able to cultivate his ice and fire great technique. The fusion of ice and fire could allow the cultivation of the Snow Demon True Body to reach a higher level. But now that Gu Fei had become the owner of the limitless fire spirit, she couldn't attack it anymore. Become my servant. Your life and death are in my hands. After saying that, Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands and directly sent a seal into the limitless fire spirit's body. This was a secret technique that Gu Fei used to control the life and death of the limitless fire spirit. The life and death of the limitless fire spirit were in his hands. The limitless fire spirit was shocked, but there was nothing it could do. In fact, it already knew that Gu Fei would not let it go so easily. Get up, Gu Fei said proudly. Killing Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine sense clone and making the everlasting fire spirit yield made him feel proud. I have planted a restriction on your body. Your life and death are in my hands. Gu Fei said slowly. Master, Hearing this, the limitless fire spirit trembled even more. Its life and death were in someone else's hands. This feeling made the limitless fire spirit extremely depressed. The limitless fire spirit stood up, feeling nervous. Do things well for me, and I will guarantee that you will live longer than anyone else. You won't be able to die even if you want to, Gu Fei said calmly. The limitless fire spirit was speechless. This time, it was probably going to be this guy's servant for the rest of its life. Gu Fei, can you ask this guy to give me a strand of fire elemental chi? The snow demon True Body said to Gu Fei. You want his fire elemental chi. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Did this guy really want to fuse ice and fire to increase his cultivation? He was just saying it before. This method could indeed increase the snow demon True Body's cultivation, but it didn't mean that there was no danger. If the snow demon True Body couldn't fuse ice and fire, then she would be in danger of being destroyed. Going berserk was no joke. That's right, I hope you can help me. The snow demon True Body nodded solemnly. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, you can give him a strand of fire elemental chi. Although the limitless fire spirit was unwilling. Since his master had spoken, he didn't dare to say no. So he could only extend his right hand. A ball of fire rushed out from his right hand and directly turned into a fist-sized fireball. This fireball emitted a strong fluctuation of fire elemental chi. The snow demon True Body stared at the fireball in the limitless fire spirit's hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. Here you go. The limitless fire spirit waved his right hand, and the fireball immediately flew towards the snow demon True Body. The snow demon True Body was overjoyed. He carefully took the divine fire and then sealed it. At this time, he didn't have time to refine this divine fire. Sacred Lord Void Sky's seclusion, little world, wasn't very small. But after the battle just now, this little world was pretty much destroyed. Only the Fire God Palace was intact. You lack a body. As Gu Fei spoke, a black shadow immediately appeared beside him. It was a young man in black who looked exactly like Gu Fei. This young man in black was the Khanate Stone Man that Gu Fei obtained in the Fallen Star mountain range. The Khanate Stone Man was refined into a clone by Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly withdrew the divine sense from the Khanate Stone Man. The moment Gu Fei withdrew his divine sense, the Khanate Stone Man's eyes became empty and lifeless. The limitless fire spirit looked at the Khanate Stone Man and then at Gu Fei. What are you looking at? I'll give it to you. Gu Fei casually waved his hand and said, Give it to me. The limitless fire spirit was surprised and happy. He was a fire spirit and just happened to lack a body. Right now, he only had a body formed by flames. This is yours. Gu Fei nodded and said. The limitless fire spirit was overjoyed when he heard this. In the next moment, he directly turned into a flame and rushed into the body of the young man in black. In the next moment, the young man's lifeless eyes regained their luster. Thank you, Master. The limitless fire spirit knelt and bowed to Gu Fei. In the future, just do your best to do things for me. Gu Fei said, If Master has any orders, This subordinate will die 10,000 times. The limitless fire spirit said loudly, "Very good." Gu Fei nodded. "You guys go out first." Gu Fei looked around and said, "Yes, master." The limitless fire spirit had no objections and directly opened the door to enter and exit the small world. The limitless fire spirit brought the snow demon true body out of the small world. As for Gu Fei, he used all his strength to circulate the mysterious technique. He wanted to refine this small world into his inner world and make it more perfect. Rumble! The entire small world shook violently. In the next moment, the small world quickly became smaller. In just an instant, Gu Fei felt the surrounding void change, and he was in chaos. The small world landed on Gu Fei's right hand. Soon, this small world was devoured by Gu Fei's body. After keeping the small world, he directly returned to the void world. At this time, he had already swallowed the small world left by Sacred Master Void Sky twice. This way, his inner world would become more perfect. "Master, you're finally back." When Man Kuang saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. At this time, the snow demon true body stood together with the nine-tailed fox emperor. "Yes, it's time." Gu Fei and the others directly left the small world utopia. The small world utopia was handed over to Man Kuang to manage. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was not an easy task to take away the small world utopia. This small world utopia was many times bigger than the small world that Sacred Master Void Sky cultivated in. This kind of small world utopia had the opportunity to transform into an invincible existence, like the Nine Heavens True Dragon. But now, Gu Fei was thinking about how to return to the heavenly realm and human realm. The copper door of heaven and earth was simply a joke. There was nothing behind the door, only a small world. To Gu Fei, this was simply a joke. The undying world was just a rumor. Now, the snow demon true body placed her hopes on Gu Fei. She really yearned for the limitless realm. The biggest secret of the culmination snow mountain was the secret of the copper door of heaven and earth. Now that the secret of the copper door of heaven and earth had been solved, Gu Fei was about to leave. This time he entered the culmination snow mountain with the shaman emperor. Apart from Sacred Master Void Sky's things, they did not obtain anything good. However, when they left the mountain, they had the limitless fire spirit, the snow demon true body, the shaman emperor, the flying tiger emperor, and the mysterious snake emperor. At this time, Gu Fei's forces finally stabilized the southern barbarians. The entire southern barbarians fell under Gu Fei's control. He became the true ruler of the southern barbarians. With the southern barbarians as his base, Gu Fei began to plan to attack other regions. Chapter 5393. Gu Fei left Culmination Snow Mountain and returned to southern barbarian. At this time, under the governance of Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou, the chaotic state of southern barbarian had ended, and everything had become orderly. No one dared to court death in the entire southern barbarian. Even the sorcerer tribe had completely surrendered to Gu Fei. Gu Fei entered the southern barbarian royal capital with Man Kuang. Xiaoye and Long Xiaozhou led a group of vassal kings to welcome them and respectfully welcome Gu Fei into the barbarian royal palace. The limitless fire spirit and the limitless weapon soul were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. This was his trump card. The sorcerer emperor also returned to southern barbarian with a nine-tailed demon fox emperor, but she did not return to the sorcerer tribe. Instead, she disappeared again. No one knew where she went. Even the heaven shaman, priest Wu Lingxue could not find her. As for the snow demon true body, she did not leave Culmination Snow Mountain because she needed to prepare a lot of things to leave Culmination Snow Mountain. Most importantly, after the snow demon true body obtained the limitless fire spirit's primordial chi, she began to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to cultivate the Tao of ice and fire and only leave Culmination Snow Mountain after her cultivation improved greatly. At that time, she would find Gu Fei to practice. On the third day after Gu Fei returned to southern Barbarian, the vassal kings under him began to take action. The drama of Gu Fei's conquest of the world finally began. He personally led an army of 1,000,000 and charged into the Zhongtian Empire. Everywhere he passed, the various powers of the Zhongtian Empire surrendered, and countless powerhouses submitted to him. After the limitless fire spirit obtained Gu Fei's innate stone man avatar, this guy had body. This guy was very proud. He volunteered to ask Gu Fei for the position of a vanguard general. With 3,000 fire god army, he killed the experts of the major forces in Culmination. Culmination Buddha clan was the first superforce to surrender to Gu Fei. The 7 Buddha supremes were extremely depressed. They never thought that Gu Fei's ambition was so great. Gu Fei actually wanted to conquer the entire void sky. How was this possible? Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to conquer the entire void realm. Not even the celestial race, not even the towering heaven palace. The Ling Tian Palace was the #1 faction in the void realm. Even the palace master of the Ling Tian Palace, who was known to be invincible in the void realm, could not conquer the entire void realm. Could Gu Fei do it? Gu Fei sent his army to the sky, shocking the whole world. Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang, who were hiding from Gu Fei's men, were even more shocked when they heard the news. It seemed that they would never be able to take revenge on Gu Fei in their lives. At this time, Gu Fei had many experts under him. After that, the Celestial Clan also submitted, and the Celestial Clan's primogenitor, Yu Xian, became Gu Fei's disciple. When the news spread, the world was shocked. In fact, what the world didn't know was that Yu Xian had already taken Gu Fei as her master. It was just that this matter hadn't been spread out, and not many people knew about it. But now that the news had spread, it shook the entire void cultivation world. How is this possible? The Celestial Clan's primogenitor, Yu Xian, was definitely one of the longest living experts in the entire void realm. No one would have thought that Yu Xian would take Gu Fei as her master. With the submission of the Buddha race, the entire Zhongtian came under Gu Fei's control. After a short rest, Gu Fei used the sky as his base camp and marched to other regions. At this time, everyone knew what Gu Fei was doing. This guy actually wanted to conquer the entire void realm. This guy was really crazy. Gu Fei wanted to accomplish a feat that no one had ever done before. Soon, the West Sea Dragon clan announced their alliance with Gu Fei, followed by the East Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness Demon clan was really powerful, but so what? Now, Gu Fei was a real infinite prime. In the void realm, he was the strongest existence. Boom! Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. The Grand Witch King was extremely depressed. He had been surrounded by the armies of the Eastern Wilderness, 4 great forces. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The Black Tortoise clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, the Fire Unicorn clan, and the Dragon clan's leaders were all gathered in an important place in the Eastern Wilderness. This was where the ancestral vein of the Eastern Wilderness was located. It was surrounded by mountains, and each mountain ridge was like a huge dragon winding on the ground. Here, there were 9 huge mountain ridges coiled on the ground. Such a terrain could not even be seen in the sky of the void realm. This was a supreme divine land where the chi of the 9 dragons gathered. This was a treasured land formed by heaven and earth. And here hid the greatest secret of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. Right in the center of the ancestral land of the 9 dragons, there were 9 small hills. These were the heads of the 9 dragon veins, and each dragon had faced a huge altar in the center. At this moment, 5 figures stood in 5 different directions on the ancient altar. To the west was the ancestor of the Black Tortoise clan, while to the east was a member of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan had almost been wiped out by Gu Fei, and almost all of their experts had died in battle. The expert of the Phoenix clan who had appeared on the altar was only a god king. Moreover, the god king of the Phoenix clan was a fish that had escaped the net. When Gu Fei attacked the Phoenix clan back then, this guy just happened to be out, so he had escaped. What are you waiting for? Awaken the ancestor and avenge our clan." The Phoenix clan expert roared furiously. He directly stabbed the dagger in his hand into his heart and pulled it out. A stream of heart blood immediately rushed out from his chest and landed directly on the altar. In the next moment, the divine king of the Phoenix clan became extremely pale. He tottered, as if all of his vitality had been sucked out. The divine king of the Phoenix clan did not die. Any other living being would definitely die from such an injury, but divine kings could survive even if their hearts were pierced. In the distance, a figure stood on the clouds and watched the scene quietly. All right. On the altar, the Phyrecolin ancestor clenched his teeth and cut his finger. A drop of essence, blood, flew out and landed on the altar. This, the divine king of the Phoenix clan, was dumbfounded. "I want to use my heart's blood, but you're only using a drop of blood from your finger? What are you looking at? How can my blood compare to your heart's blood?" The Phyrecolin ancestor said disapprovingly. The Phyrecolin ancestor was an emperor realm existence. A drop of blood from his finger was incomparable to the divine king of the Phoenix clan's heart's blood. The ancestors of the other 3 clans also cut their fingers and squeezed out a drop of blood from their fingertips. The essence blood of the 5 great monstrous clans gathered together and was absorbed by the altar. The entire ancient altar seemed to have come to life, bursting with powerful energy ripples. One after another, ancient runes lit up on the ancient altar. Great power was condensing, and the sky above the altar changed color. The sun and moon dimmed, and the entire world darkened. Chapter 5394. Gu Fei wanted to conquer the entire Void Realm. He wanted to be the realm lord of the Void Realm. No one knew the situation in the limitless realm. Gu Fei wanted to pave a way for himself. He wanted to conquer the Void Realm and make it his base camp to march into the limitless realm. The legendary ultimate world without life and death was Gu Fei's ultimate goal. He had to go and take a look at the limitless realm. However, without any capital, even if he entered the limitless realm, he wouldn't have much confidence. Therefore, Gu Fei was accumulating capital. With the entire Void Realm as his backing, he didn't believe that he couldn't make a name for himself in the limitless realm. Gu Fei's heart was burning with ambition. At this moment, he was standing on the clouds in the sky, looking at the changing weather in front of him. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the eastern wilderness. Gu Fei murmured to himself. His array Dao cultivation was not bad, so he could tell that this place was unusual at a glance. The place where the 9 dragons converged. The essence of the 9 earth veins dragons was gathering in one place. That place was the core of the 9 dragons' earth veins. It was also the legendary supreme dragon cave, the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons. In the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons, there was a chance for the 9 true dragons to be born. However, it was a pity that this dragon cave was being used by someone. To be more precise, it was being used by a mysterious demon ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. In fact, this was the ancestral land of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon Clan. An ancient altar stood on top of the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons, directly stabilizing the 9 dragons' ancestral cave. At this moment, the essence of the 5 demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness activated this ancient altar. It was unknown how long this ancient altar had existed, but it was certain that this altar had not been activated for a long time. Once this ancient altar was activated, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the essence of the 9 dragon-shaped earth veins was continuously absorbed by the altar. Rumble! The entire ancestral cave of the 9 dragons was shaking. Rays of starlight fell from the sky, and when these starlight landed on the altar, they were also absorbed by the altar, swallowing the heavens and earth. Interesting. Far up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. The formation here was truly heaven-defying. It could even attract the power of the stars. At that moment, Gu Fei sensed that all the spiritual qi in the Eastern Wilderness had been activated. This power was unimaginably strong. Is the legendary demon ancestor really that powerful? Gu Fei was looking forward to it. At this moment, within the mirage, the limitless Devil Lord was hiding in his devil domain and not coming out. Ling Tian Palace Master wasn't a match for him. Of course, if Ling Tian Palace Master and Yu Xian were to fuse into the limitless Sword Master, they could still pose a threat to Gu Fei. At the same time, the Eastern Barren Territory's demons were about to awaken their ancestors. Gu Fei was just worrying about not having an opponent, so he hoped that the demon ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness would not disappoint him. Even Gu Fei was tempted by the power gathered by this altar. However, he did not stop the altar from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for Ancestor Ferekalin and the others, they couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence at all. Master, why aren't you making a move? A person standing behind Gu Fei couldn't help but ask. This person was an intelligent and quick-witted little girl in white. She was Xiaoya. When Gu Fei came to the Nine Dragons' ancestral land, he only brought Xiaoya with him. Long Xiaozhou was leading an army to fight against the Eastern Barren Demon Race's army. Long Xiaozhou wanted to save Dongyang City. However, the Eastern Barren Demon Race's army was incomparably strong. It was impossible to save Dongyang City in a short period of time. Outside Dongyang City, battle cries shook the heavens. The ground was densely packed with the figures of humans and demons. High up in the sky, powerful yuan qi fluctuated. Powerful figures were moving rapidly in the void as they fought fiercely. Survival of the fittest. This was the most basic law of heaven and earth. Corpses constantly fell from the sky, and all of them were at least divine king realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, divine kings were high and mighty, overlooking the common people. However, in this battlefield, divine kings were very weak and could be killed at any time. And the Emperor Realm experts hadn't made a move yet. In the southern part of Dongyang City, Buddha light soared into the sky. 7 Buddha sovereigns were confronting a demon emperor. The demon emperor was blocking 7 Buddha sovereigns by himself. It was likely there was no one else in the entire eastern wasteland that had this kind of courage. Long Zuin, a wise man, submits to circumstances. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. What's the point of struggling? The heavenly Buddha Supreme had a compassionate look on his face as he spoke to the burly middle-aged man opposite him. This middle-aged man was Long Zuin of the Eastern Barren Dragon clan. The Eastern Barren Dragon clan was stronger than the West Sea Dragon clan. Cut the crap. There is only a Long Zuin who dies in battle, not a Long Zuin who lowers his head. Long Zuin said in a domineering voice. Good. The heavenly Buddha Supreme didn't speak anymore. Long Zuin was not a small figure. He was known as the strongest demon in the Eastern Barren Demon clan. At this time, Huangfu Zun and the others were watching from afar. Your Second Highness, do you think the heavenly Buddha Supreme can kill Long Zuin? Ancestor Tian Hong asked. That's hard to say. Long Zuin is the strongest Emperor Realm expert in the Eastern Barren Territory. Long Xiaozhou said in a low voice. The Eastern Barren Dragon clan was actually related to the West Sea Dragon clan by blood. However, the Eastern Barren Dragon clan had always regarded themselves as the orthodox Void Realm Dragon clan. In their eyes, the West Sea Dragon clan was not the orthodox Void Realm Dragon clan. For the sake of the orthodox Void Realm Dragon clan, the relationship between the West Sea Dragon clan and the Eastern Barren Dragon clan was not good. But the 7 Buddha Supremes are not to be trifled with. Huangfu Zun said in a low voice. 7 Buddha Supremes against Long Zuin. This was definitely a good show. Huangfu Zun felt his blood boiling. At this time, the Eastern Barren Demon Clan's army was in danger. They were being attacked by the army led by Long Xiaozhou and the Grand Magus King's army in Dongyang City. The Eastern Barren Demon Clan's army began to show signs of defeat. Woo! A horn sounded from the Eastern Barren Demon Clan's army. As soon as the horn sounded, the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army retreated while fighting, beginning to break out of the encirclement. "Your Second Highness, they're going to escape," Ancestor Tianhong said excitedly. After defeating the Eastern Baron Demon Clan, the Eastern Baron territory would have a new master. "Let them escape, as long as we can keep Longzu in here," Long Xiaozhou said with a serious expression. In her eyes, the hundreds of thousands of elite Demon Clan soldiers were no match for Longzuin. However, the red-browed Eagle King, the one-armed Sword King, and the others would not let the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army escape so easily. They split into 3 groups, wanting to stop the escaping Eastern Baron Demon Clan army. The ground was densely packed with countless warriors moving about. The troops led by the red-browed Eagle King and the others were like 3 giant dragons, charging towards the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army. However, at this time a group of cavalries charged out from the Demon Clan's army. These soldiers were not riding horses, but ferocious beasts called black iron beasts. This black iron beast was covered in thick black scales that were impervious to swords and spears. There was also a sharp horn on its head. Riding on this black iron beast was simply unstoppable. Thousands of black iron beasts charged, creating a gap in the red-browed Eagle King and the others' encirclement. The Demon Clan's army rushed out from the gap. The red-browed Eagle King and the others' battle formation could not stop the torrent at all, and the Demon Clan's army broke out of the encirclement. Chapter 5395. The Ancestral Demon was a super antique in the Eastern Wilderness, or even the entire Void Realm. His era was second only to the era of Sacred Lord Su Tian. No one knew how long this old ancestor of the demon race had lived. No one knew why this once invincible existence in the Eastern Wasteland, or even the entire Void Realm, had sealed itself in the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons in the Eastern Wasteland. At that moment, the blood essence of the 5 great demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness activated the ancient altar that was guarding the 9-dragon ancestral cave. The ancestral demon, who had been asleep for countless years, had finally awakened. Rumble! An unimaginably powerful divine will erupted from the ancient altar. The entire world shook, and all the essence chi in the Eastern Wilderness gathered towards the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons. Ancestral demon, on the altar, Patriarch Fire Qilin and the others were extremely excited. With the appearance of the demonic ancestor, the crisis facing the Eastern Wilderness demon race could be resolved. In their eyes, the demonic ancestor would definitely be able to defeat Gu Fei and even unify the Void World. One must know that the Eastern Baron Demon Clan once had an extremely glorious era. Under the leadership of the ancestral demon, the Eastern Wilderness demons had almost unified the Void Realm and become the ruler of the Void Realm. At that time, there was no Ling Tian Palace or the invincible Ling Tian Palace, lord in the Void Realm. Ling Tian Palace and the Sky Clan had only appeared later. However, because the era of the ancestral demon was so long ago, not many people in the Void Realm knew how powerful the ancestral demon was. At that moment, cracks appeared on the altar, which had existed for an unknown period of time. It looked like it could collapse at any time. The ancestral demon is coming out. Let's go. Old Ancestor Firekalin let out a loud cry and shot up into the sky from the sacrificial altar, retreating into the distance. The other experts of the demon clan also turned into beams of light and rushed out from the altar. Boom! Just as these demon clan experts left the altar directly collapsed in the void. Countless pieces of rubble fell, revealing a lotus platform. This was no ordinary lotus platform. It was a crystal-clear lotus platform made of jade. This was the highest quality divine jade in the entire Void Realm. In the outside world, a fist-sized piece of this divine jade was a priceless treasure. The divine jade that came from the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons was the legendary ancestral jade. How is this possible? At this moment, Ancestor Firekalin and the others who had retreated to the distance stared at the ancestral jade lotus seat floating above the Nine Dragons' ancestral vein. The Nine-Dragon ancestral jade lotus throne was empty. "Where's the old ancestor? The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise clan exclaimed. "The patriarch is missing." The dragon forefather's expression changed drastically. The demon ancestor was the ancestor of their dragon clan. Otherwise, the demon ancestor would not have chosen to hibernate in the Nine Dragons' ancestral cave. The demon ancestor of the Eastern Wasteland demon race was also known as the ancestor of all demons. He was the supreme leader of the Eastern Wasteland demon race, an invincible existence in the hearts of all demons. Of course, the ancestor of all demons had been in slumber for countless years. Apart from the Eastern Wilderness demon clan, almost no demon clan knew that they had such an ancestor. Interesting, they're still playing this game. In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who was standing on the clouds, smiled when he saw this scene. While Forefather Phyrecolin and the others were at a loss for what to do, rays of divine light suddenly converged on the Nine Dragons' ancestral jade lotus throne above the Nine Dragons' ancestral cave. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. A figure emerged from the divine light. A child. Forefather Phyrecolin and the others nearly fell from the sky when they saw the figure clearly. A child had appeared on the Nine Dragons' ancestral jade lotus throne. The child was dressed in white and sat on the lotus throne with a tired expression. He even stretched lazily. The child rubbed his eyes as if he hadn't woken up yet. This, even a veteran Emperor realm cultivator like Forefather Phyrecolin's jaw dropped to the ground. No one would have thought that the legendary ancestor of all demons of the Eastern Wilderness demon race was a child. Moreover, the child looked just like a human. Has the old ancestor cultivated into a human? An absurd thought suddenly popped into Forefather Phyrecolin's mind. "What are you all doing?" A childish voice suddenly sounded. "Are you the old ancestor?" The divine king of the Phoenix clan asked carefully. This fellow had lost a portion of his heart blood, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He spoke weakly and was barely able to fly in the sky. Of course, the white-robed child sitting on the Nine Dragons' ancestral jade lotus throne said impatiently, "Why did you disturb my sleep?" The white-robed child swept a glance at the monsters in the sky. "Old ancestor, the Eastern Wilderness demon race is at a critical juncture of life and death. You must uphold justice for us." The Emperor realm forefather of the dragon clan complained to the white-robed child with tears and snot running down his face. Scram! The white-robed child waved his right hand at the dragon emperor. Slap! A crisp slap rang out. The dragon emperor of the dragon clan had actually been slapped by the white-clothed child. Then he was sent flying and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The other monster experts were dumbfounded when they saw the dragon emperor being slapped away by the white-robed child. "TSK, I only make decisions for myself. Why should I make decisions for you guys?" The white-robed child said disapprovingly. "What?" Forefather Phyrecolin and the rest felt that something was wrong. What's wrong with the all-monsters ancestor? Doesn't he care about the survival of the Eastern Wilderness demon race? Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Don't bother me if there's something important. Do you understand? The white-robed child laid down and wanted to continue sleeping. "Old ancestor, are you really going to ignore the demon race?" Forefather Phyrecolin was anxious. If the all-monsters ancestor didn't take action, who could stop Gu Fei? The Eastern Wilderness demon race couldn't take it anymore. If the ancestor of all monsters didn't care about the Eastern Wilderness monster tribe, the Eastern Wilderness monster tribe would only have two paths to take. One was to submit to Gu Fei and become his slaves. The other was to fight to the bitter end, and the Eastern Wilderness monster tribe would be annihilated by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had done something like this before. Didn't he annihilate the Phoenix race? Although Gu Fei didn't exterminate the Phoenix race, they were only left with the old, weak women and children. They couldn't do much anymore. If they didn't submit, then the other 4 demon clans of the Eastern Barren Territory would be wiped out. Only a small number of demons would survive. Forefather Firekalin didn't want to see such an outcome. Who cares? Go to the side if you want to live or die. The white-robed child on the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus said impatiently. This, Forefather Firekalin and the rest were speechless. What should they do? They came here to awaken the all-monsters ancestor, but he didn't care about the survival of the Eastern Wilderness demon race. How were they supposed to continue? Chapter 5396. No one would have thought that the legendary ancestor of all monsters was a weirdo. He didn't care about the lives of the monsters and only wanted to sleep. Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. However, he did not dare to underestimate the ancestor of all demons who had turned into a human boy. That was because this fellow was a true infinite prime. It was hard to imagine that there was an infinite prime in the void realm other than the snow monster's true form. The waters of the void realm were much deeper than he had imagined. Ancestor, save me! The Emperor Realm forefather of the Black Tortoise clan lay prone in the air and began to cry with snot and tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, the Phoenix clan was annihilated by Gu Fei. You must avenge us. The divine king of the Phoenix clan also knelt down and kowtowed to the white-robed boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus. The Phoenix clan was annihilated? Then why are you still here? The boy said indifferently. His fair face was expressionless. He had lived for countless years. What had he not experienced? The annihilation of the Phoenix clan did not affect him at all. He would not feel sad even if the entire Eastern Barren Monster clan was annihilated. The ancestor of all monsters was a connate life form. He did not leave behind any descendants and had no attachments. Therefore, even if the Eastern Barren Monster clan was annihilated by Gu Fei, it had nothing to do with him. I, the God King of the Phoenix clan, was stunned. He had never thought that his ancestor would say something like that, so he had no idea how to reply for a moment. All right, stop crying in front of me. I won't fall for it. You want me to risk my life for a few tears? Dream on. The boy sneered. The fat ancestor of the Black Tortoise stopped crying. The divine king of the Phoenix clan was dumbfounded. You've been watching the show for so long. You still don't want to come out? The white-robed boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus suddenly looked up at the sky. What? The Fire Chelan Patriarch and the others were shocked. Someone was watching the show from the sidelines. They did not sense it at all. The person's cultivation was definitely higher than theirs. What a surprise! The ancestor of all demons is actually a child? A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus throne without any warning. It's Gu Fei! Old ancestor Fire Chelan exclaimed when he saw that person. What? All the demon race experts were shocked. Gu Fei actually found this place. How did he know of this place? The arrival of Gu Fei made everyone dumbfounded. Ancestor, this is Gu Fei. He is the one who annihilated our Phoenix clan. The God King of the Phoenix clan stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. Are you the one who destroyed the Phoenix clan? You do have some ability. The little boy glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently, You're the one who's capable. You've actually cast off your demon body and cultivated a human form. Gu Fei was able to see through this fellow at a glance. This fellow was no longer a demon, but a brand new creature. There were no demon characteristics on his body. No matter how he looked at it, he was a human. You actually know. The white-robed little boy finally revealed a shocked expression. This human is incredible. He can actually see through me. TSK Small Dao. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Small Dao? The little boy was immediately displeased. He had spent his entire life casting off his demon body and cultivated the innate limitless Dao constitution. How dare this fellow say that his Dao is a small Dao? If his Dao is a small Dao, then what kind of Dao is a great Dao? If it's not a small Dao, then what is it? We humans are born with the ability to cultivate, but you have to cultivate your entire life before you can transform into a human form. That's the difference. Gu Fei said indifferently. The white-robed little boy was speechless. Gu Fei, I'm going to kill you. The God King of the Phoenix clan suddenly roared and pounced at Gu Fei. An extremely violent fire elemental force erupted from his body. In the next moment, this fellow turned into a fire phoenix, burning half of the sky red. This fellow is a God King. Once a God King goes all out, it's terrifying. The white-robed little boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus platform did not care about this at all. He continued to lie down lazily, ignoring everything that was happening. A tiny firefly dares to compete with the blazing sun? Gu Fei casually waved his right hand, and the ferocious fire phoenix flew away, disappearing without a trace. He did not kill the God King of the Phoenix clan. However, even if the God King of the Phoenix clan did not die, he would be half dead. This old ancestor Venerable and the rest were very fearful of Gu Fei and did not dare to attack Gu Fei. You're also limitless, Dao. Very good. The white-robed little boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus platform said indifferently. We're all limitless, Dao. Let's fight. Gu Fei said to the little boy. Are you crazy? Why should I fight with you? The little boy sneered. Let's fight, Gu Fei said, and did not wait for the little boy to speak. He took a step forward and punched the little boy on the lotus platform. It seemed like a casual punch, but the Tao power contained within it was not to be underestimated. You're really crazy. The little boy directly stood up on the lotus platform, then rushed into the sky, arriving high up in the sky. Gu Fei withdrew his punch halfway because he did not want to destroy the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus platform. The 9-dragon ancestral jade was the only peerless divine jade in the world. Although there were ancestral jades in the void realm, they were worlds apart from the 9-dragon ancestral jade. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and chased after the little boy. 5 elements unite. World domination fist. Gu Fei threw another punch at the little boy. The power of the 5 elements condensed on his fist, turning into a torrent of the 5 elements that surged towards the little boy with unstoppable force. 5 elements. The little boy pointed with his finger. It was also the 5 elements' power. However, his finger directly broke a big hole in the mighty 5 elemental fist force. The powerful fist force passed through the little boy's surroundings, but did not hurt him at all. However, just as the little boy was smugly breaking the fist force with his finger, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bam! The boy's vision darkened as Gu Fei punched him in the right eye. This punch caused him to see stars, causing him to stagger and fall from the sky. Patriarch Fireshine and the others' eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when they saw this. Their ancestor was actually knocked down from the sky by a single punch from Gu Fei. Chapter 5397. In the sky above the ancestral grounds of the Eastern Wilderness demon race, Gu Fei actually smashed the white-robed boy down from the sky with a single punch. This scene left Ancestor Venerable and the others dumbfounded. That was their old ancestor. The human boy that the ancestor of all demons had transformed into smashed into the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Ancestor of all demons? Why is he so weak? Gu Fei was a little surprised. His punch actually hit the ancestor of all demons so easily. This guy was too weak. He was not worthy of the title of ancestor of all demons. Damn it! A low roar came from the ground. Boom! Then a loud sound was heard and the ground exploded. Dust flew everywhere as a figure rushed out from the ground. The little guy's hair was disheveled and there were dark circles around his eyes. His body was covered in dust and he looked extremely pathetic. How dare you hate my handsome face? The little boy roared at Gu Fei. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Don't hit someone's face when you hit them. I'm sorry. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently, You bastard. The little boy that the ancestor of all demons transformed into was furious. His eyes turned blood red. Why? Are you going to lose your temper? Gu Fei smiled. At this time, Ancestor Venerable and the others quietly retreated into the sky. A battle of this level was not something they could interfere with. They did not want to be involved in the battle between these two powerful people. Although you're small, your temper is really big. Gu Fei continued. I've lived for countless years, and I once followed sacred Lord Su Tian. How dare you hurt my face? After saying that, the ancestral of all demons roared into the sky. An endless amount of power immediately burst forth from his body. Then he began to grow taller and bigger. Before long, he had turned into a sturdy young man. The form of a child was just one of the forms that the ancestor of all demons could take. This guy was starting to use his battle form. Countless ancient and mysterious Tao patterns appeared in the void around the ancestor of all demons. The entire void of heaven and earth trembled continuously from the impact of the Yuan Qi that erupted from the body of the all demons' ancestor. The mighty might of an unbounded state erupted from the body of the ancestral of all demons. It was as though the entire world was about to be crushed by this terrifying might. Old Ancestor Venerable and the others couldn't bear such pressure, so they retreated even further away. In the face of the enraged ancestor of all demons, Gu Fei remained calm and collected. He did not release any powerful aura from his body. Instead, his aura and power were all kept within his body. You followed Sacred Master Su Tian before. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This fellow had lived for far too long. It had to be known that Sacred Master Su Tian had appeared in the Void Realm when it was still in the Desolate Era. This 1,000 demons ancestor had actually followed Sacred Master Su Tian before. This fella was definitely the oldest existence in the Void World. You know Sacred Lord Su Tian. The 1,000 demons ancestor, who had transformed into a black-haired young man, stared at Gu Fei. His blood-red pupils contracted violently. Haha, not only do I know Sacred Master Su Tian, I even killed one of his incarnations. Gu Fei laughed. What? When the 1,000 demons ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Sacred Master Su Tian actually had an incarnation left in the Void World? And it was killed by this fella in front of him. Sacred Master Su Tian was an extremely ancient existence. In the current world, the 1,000 demons ancestor was probably the only one who still remembered Sacred Master Su Tian. Even Palace Master Ling Tian, Yu Xian, of the Tian clan, and the old ancestor of the Buddha clan didn't know who Sacred Master Su Tian was. This was because when they appeared in the Void World, Sacred Master Su Tian had already disappeared for countless years. All right, let's have some fun. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was raging. The reason why he wanted to fight with this fellow was so that he could practice his skills. Play your head. The 1,000 demons ancestor roared angrily. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Gu Fei. He then punched towards Gu Fei's chest. He was truly enraged. When the 1,000 demons ancestor attacked in anger, it was naturally very terrifying. Gu Fei countered with a knee strike. Bam! A muffled sound of collision could be heard. The two figures separated in an instant and then charged at each other again. The two figures moved quickly in the air and began to fight. Powerful, boundless Yuan Qi ripples spread out, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. These spatial ripples spread out in all directions. The experts of the entire Eastern Baron could feel the fluctuations of this battle. All the powerful living beings felt two terrifying auras that made their souls tremble. What happened? It's Master. Who's the other aura? At this moment, the battle in Dongyang City had already ended. The army of the Eastern Baron Demon Clan had broken out of the encirclement. The red-browed Eagle King and the others couldn't stop the army at all. The army of the Eastern Baron Demon Clan had suffered heavy casualties, but they still retained their strength and weren't defeated. Gu Fei's army didn't follow up with another attack either. Just as Long Xiaozhou led the army into Dongyang City, she felt the aura of her master, Gu Fei. Is Master fighting with someone again? Xiaoya, who was overseeing the headquarters of Zhongtian, also sensed the auras of Gu Fei and the 1,000 Demons' ancestor. That madman! On the Zhongtian snow mountain, a figure sitting cross-legged on the peak opened his eyes. In the Lingtian Palace, the Lingtian Palace Lord who was in seclusion also came out. In the Tian clan's ancestral land, Yuxian also walked out and looked in the direction of the Eastern Baron. Rumble! In the original ancestral land of the Zhong Tian Buddha clan, a shocking sound suddenly rang out. Then, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Buddhist land. A powerful demonic aura rushed out from the spatial crack and spread out in the void. A terrifying demonic aura appeared in the world. At this moment, Gu Fei was fighting with the 1,000 Demons' ancestor. Boom! Gu Fei was directly sent flying by the 1,000 Demons' ancestor's punch, and he smashed into a mountain in the distance. In the next moment, Gu Fei instantly rushed back and kicked the 1,000 Demons' ancestor away. The ancestor of all demons fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into ground. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 miles, and everything in his path was destroyed. Then he shot up into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes widened. The two of them fought back and forth and were evenly matched. However, the mountains here were unlucky. Of course, although the two of them were fighting, they still had some scruples, because this was the ancestral land of the 9 dragons. If they really destroyed this ancestral land, it would be troublesome. Chapter 5398. The Eastern Wilderness Ancestral Earth Vein was an important place for the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe. Legend had it that the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe originated from the ancestral Earth Vein. The ancestral Earth Vein of the entire Eastern Wilderness gathered here. The essence of the 9 Earth Dragons was constantly gathering towards the ancestral Earth Vein. The ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons was formed naturally. This might be the birthplace of the ancestral beast. In the eyes of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe, the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons was a supreme, sacred ground. Outsiders were not allowed to enter this place. Anyone who entered this place would only face one fate, death. For countless years, no one had ever dared to enter the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons. But today, someone had broken the rules set by the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe. The fact that Gu Fei had entered the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons without anyone knowing, and even fought with the old ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe had shocked Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others. But there was nothing they could do. Gu Fei was so powerful that even if he entered the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons, Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others would not be able to do anything to him. This was the advantage of having a strong fist. Gu Fei's fist was much stronger than Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others. Therefore, the rules set by the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe could not restrain him. At this time, an earth-shattering battle was taking place in the sky above the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons. Gu Fei was itching to fight the ancestral beast when he saw the ancestral beast. However, the ancestral beast did not want to fight and only wanted to sleep. However, when Gu Fei made his move, the ancestral beast had no choice but to fight. "You're sick." The ancestral beast was furious. "Why did this guy want to fight me? I'm sick. Do you have any medicine to cure me?" Gu Fei continued to attack indifferently. Great Sky Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei struck out with the palm technique that he had learned from the Great Sky Emperor. The Great Sky Emperor was also a powerful infinite prime. The Great Sky Annihilation Palm that he had created was a true infinite prime palm technique. After Gu Fei struck out with the Great Sky Annihilation Palm, the entire heaven and earth shook under his palm energy. Even the 9 Dragons' ancestral land was shaking. One after another, ancient and abstruse Tao patterns emerged from the 9 Dragons' ancestral land, interweaving into a giant net that enveloped the entire 9 Dragons' ancestral land. Formation. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat seeing this. He had already guessed that the East Barren Beast tribe would set up an array to protect the 9 dragons' ancestral ground. That was because this was the ancestral land of the Eastern Barren Territory's demons. It was also the holy land in the hearts of every demon in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, Gu Fei did not expect the 9 dragons' ancestral land's formation to be so powerful that it could withstand the energy fluctuations of the Peerless God realm. Could it be in Peerless God realm formation? Even he couldn't set up an infinite grade formation. Now that the 9 dragons' ancestor land's formation had been activated, it would not be easy for Gu Fei to enter the 9 dragons' ancestor land again. You bastard, now even I can't go back. The moment the ancestor of all demons caught sight of the gigantic net that was formed from ancient Tao patterns, he was dumbfounded as well. He was enraged. Go to hell! The ancestor of all demons waved his hands. In an instant, the sky was filled with the shadows of his palms, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. 1,000 Buddha palms. Without a second thought, Gu Fei used the Buddha tribe's theurgy. Countless shadows of palms rushed out from his hands and collided with the ancestor of all demons' palms. A series of collisions could be heard, and pitch-black holes appeared in the sky one after another. The power of the 2 of them actually shattered the void. Of course, these holes were only the size of an adult's fist, and they disappeared as soon as they appeared. They were instantly repaired by the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy. The Void Realm's heaven and earth energy was so strong that it could even suppress a low-level, peerless God realm existence. Of course, the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy was only used to suppress peerless gods who came from outside. The Void Realm's heaven and earth energy did not suppress peerless gods who were born and raised here. This was because Gu Fei was an outsider. When his peerless God energy clashed with the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy, he would naturally be suppressed. But now that he had refined sacred leader Void Sky's heaven and earth energy, the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy could no longer suppress him. The shadows of palms disappeared, and 2 figures were sent flying. All right, I don't want to fight with you anymore. The ancestor of all demons was about to charge downwards. Right now, he just wanted to return to his ancestral cave of the 9 dragons and continue to sleep. The ancestor of all demons was sleeping in the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons. He was not just sleeping, he was undergoing some sort of transformation. He was using the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons to undergo some sort of transformation. Moreover, this transformation had reached a crucial point. This was also the reason why the ancestor of all demons did not want to bother with the Eastern Barren Monster tribe. The ancestor of all demons did not want his transformation to be affected. You think I'll stop fighting just because you say so? That won't do. In a flash, Gu Fei appeared in front of the ancestor of all demons, blocking his way. Preposterous. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? The ancestor of all demons said angrily, Tisk, who's afraid of you? Gu Fei struck out with his palm again. Rumble! His palm instantly enlarged in the void, blocking the entire void in front of the ancestor of all demons. Like a divine mountain, it charged towards the ancestor of all demons. The violent palm force shook the heavens and the earth. Kill! The ancestor of all demons was truly enraged. In the next instant, 9 shadows of dragons burst out from his body, turning into 9 ancestral dragons that charged towards Gu Fei's palm force. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 9 ancestral dragons broke through Gu Fei's palm force and shrunk rapidly. Like 9 divine ropes, they coiled around Gu Fei. The 9 ancestral dragons coiled around Gu Fei's body tightened, causing the sound of bones moving to be heard from Gu Fei's body. At the same time, the ancestor of all demons appeared in front of Gu Fei and pointed a finger at the center of Gu Fei's brows. If Gu Fei were to be struck by the ancestor of all demons' finger, even if he did not die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Aren't you dead this time round? How dare you provoke me? You deserve to die. The ancestor of all demons could already see Gu Fei's head exploding from his finger. However, his attack, which he thought was foolproof, failed. Gu Fei's figure actually became faint and illusory, as if he was about to merge with the surrounding void. It was as though the ancestor of all demons' finger had touched the void and there was no sense of force behind it at all. How could this be? The ancestor of all demons was extremely shocked. Just as the ancestor of all demons was in shock, Gu Fei kicked him in the chest and sent him flying. The ancestor of all demons, was kicked in the chest by Gu Fei and only stopped after flying 100 miles away. He lowered his head and saw that his chest had caved in. With a single breath, his caved-in chest recovered. At the level of the ancestor of all demons, one's physical body could be restored instantly. Damn it. Chapter 5399. The ancestor of all demons was truly angered by Gu Fei. This human had disturbed his slumber for no reason and even wanted to pick a fight with him. This was too much. Roar! The young man that the ancestor of all demons had transformed into let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his body changed once more. The muscles on his body bulged, and he grew taller by half a head. The ancestor of all demons had turned into a huge man with muscles all over his body, filled with power. One after another, ancient Tao patterns appeared on his body and coiled around him. Every single Tao pattern was emitting a strong power of the great Tao. Kill! The ancestor of all demons had the intention to kill Gu Fei. A terrifying killing intent appeared in the sky, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to dim. In the next moment, the ancestor of all demons disappeared from where he was. The moment the ancestor of all demons disappeared, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as though he had been slammed by a godly mountain and he was sent flying backward. You dare to mess with me? The ancestor of all demons appeared where Gu Fei was. In the next moment, he disappeared once more and caught up to Gu Fei. He then stepped on Gu Fei's body. Bam! With a dull thud, Gu Fei was stomped down from the sky by the ancestor of all demons. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Looking at this scene, Ancestor Fireshine and the others were surprised and overjoyed. The ancestor was indeed the ancestor. To think that he could defeat Gu Fei. The Eastern Wilderness demon race was saved now. No matter how strong the army under Gu Fei was, even if Gu Fei's underlings occupied the entire Eastern Wilderness, as long as the ancestor of all demons killed Gu Fei's underlings would not be a threat anymore. The only person that the entire Eastern Wilderness demon race feared was Gu Fei. Therefore, as long as Gu Fei was there, the Eastern Barren Beasts would not be able to turn the tables. Boom! Just as Patriarch Fire Qilin and the others were overwhelmed with joy, the ground suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a figure shot up into the sky and arrived in front of the ancestor of all demons. Not bad, it's really not bad. These 2 hits of yours make me feel very comfortable. Gu Fei twisted his neck and then twisted his waist. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. You're a lunatic. You're really sick, and you're seriously sick. The all demons ancestor was dumbfounded. This guy had been punched and stomped on by him, and yet he was completely fine? How was this possible? The all demons patriarch was very confident in his own strength. He had given up his original body and cultivated the innate Taoist physique because it was stronger than his original body. The 1,000 demons ancestor's punch was enough to shatter a godly mountain. His stomp was enough to flatten a mountain range. However, Gu Fei was completely unscathed after withstanding the 1,000 demons ancestor's punch and kick. The 1,000 demons ancestor could not help but be shocked. Could this guy's physical body be even stronger than his innate Taoist physique? How could there be such a strong physical body in this world? Even though the thousand beasts' ancestors' expression remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. He had once followed Sacred Master Su Tian. Sacred Lord Su Tian was his master. His master's strength was undeniable. Sacred Lord Su Tian was once the master of the Void Realm. Could this guy's physical body be comparable to his former master's? Again, Gu Fei charged at the Thousand Demons' ancestor. "You lunatic!" The Thousand Demons' ancestor attacked with all his might. His speed and strength were much stronger than before. As if there was no suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying again. Moreover, the Thousand Demons' ancestor chased after him. His fists rained down on Gu Fei's body. He was determined to kill the guy in front of him. However, although Gu Fei was punched repeatedly, he was not injured. The strength of an unbounded martial body was far beyond his expectations. Even the Thousand Demons' ancestor could not hurt him. However, no matter how strong the unbounded martial body was, he would still feel pain. Now, Gu Fei was in a state of pain and happiness. Clashing sounds rang continuously. In the distant sky, Patriarch Fireshine and the others saw that Gu Fei could not fight back against their patriarch's fists. Ha! Gu Fei is dead meat. The divine king of the Phoenix tribe, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei, rushed back. She was overjoyed to see Gu Fei being tortured by their patriarch. Patriarch Fireshine, Patriarch Black Tortoise, and Patriarch Green Dragon were extremely nervous. This battle was too important. It concerned the fate of the entire Eastern Wilderness. If the Patriarch won, the Eastern Wilderness would still belong to the demons. If the Patriarch lost, the Eastern Wilderness would have a new master. It could not be helped. Reality was cruel. Just as Gu Fei was enjoying the torture of the Thousand Demons' ancestor, the war in the Eastern Wilderness continued. Both sides were mobilizing their troops. As for the Eastern Wilderness demons, they were on the defensive. After the battle in Danyang City, they had lost their advantage. Although their main force was still there, they had no choice but to be on the defensive. After Long Xiaozhou broke the siege of Danyang City, he did not immediately launch a second wave of attacks. With Danyang City as his base, he began to prepare to conquer the Eastern Wilderness. Gu Fei conquering the world was no joke. The empty realm needed a master. In the city lord's office of Danyang City, Long Xiaozhou sat on the throne in the main hall and looked down at the experts below. Long Xiaozhou was in high spirits. She had never been as excited as she was today. She had never dreamed that she would have the chance to lead an army into the Eastern Wilderness. One had to know that the Eastern Wilderness was the world of the Eastern Wilderness demons. But now the Eastern Wilderness demons were about to have a new master. The Eastern Wilderness was second only to the Middle Sky. Among the 5 main regions of the Void Realm, the Eastern Wilderness demons were only slightly weaker than the Sky Clan and the Buddha Clan of the Middle Sky. Moreover, the Eastern Wilderness demon clan had a trump card, the mysterious and unpredictable ancestor of all demons. The Thousand Demons' ancestor was a legend in the Eastern Wilderness and even the entire Void Realm. It was precisely because the Eastern Wilderness demons had such a trump card that no one dared to offend them. Of course, Gu Fei was an exception. He did not care about the Thousand Demons' ancestor. "Your Second Highness, are we going to start now?" Patriarch Tianhong asked Long Xiaozhou, who was sitting on the throne. "Let's wait first." Long Xiaozhou muttered. They could not advance rashly now. One had to know that the Eastern Wilderness demons were not to be trifled with. "Wait, Your Second Highness. We should follow up on our victory and defeat the army of the Eastern Wilderness demons in one go." Someone stood up and said, Chapter 5400, Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. This ancient city experienced the baptism of war once more, but it still stood tall in the eastern wasteland. This war didn't cause too much damage to Dongyang City. The city lord, the great Witch King, sat in the main hall as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Long Xiaozhou's arrival had turned the city lord of Dongyang City into a decoration. Because Long Xiaozhou was here, everything in Dongyang City was decided by Long Xiaozhou. As the city lord of Dongyang City, he could only smile on the side. The great witch king did not dare to say anything. After all, if Long Xiaozhou had not led the army to save Dongyang City, it would have been a different scene. At this time, the people in the hall were divided into two factions. One faction wanted to set up camp in Dongyang City first, then conquer the eastern wilderness. However, the other faction wanted to take advantage of the situation and completely defeat the eastern wilderness demon army. Both camps had a point. The former was the safest, and there would be no accidents. However, the second was to take advantage of the situation. This method might really be able to directly defeat the eastern wilderness demon army and directly control the entire eastern wilderness. Even Long Xiaozhou was tempted by the red-browed Eagle King's proposal. How about this, red-browed Eagle King? You lead the cavalry to chase after the demon army. The others will rest in Dongyang City. Long Xiaozhou pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, Your Highness. The red-browed Eagle King was overjoyed when he heard this, and then he bowed to Long Xiaozhou before leaving the hall. Soon, the red-browed Eagle King led his tens of thousands of cavalry out of Dongyang City and toward the place where the eastern wilderness demon army was stationed. The war broke out again. The red-browed Eagle King led the elites of southern man. Under the leadership of the red-browed Eagle King, the 16 feudal lords launched an attack on the eastern wasteland demon race army. However, the heaven culmination race did not move. However, even so, the Namman army directly broke through several cities, and the Monster Clan army had to retreat again. At this time, Gu Fei was in the ancestral land of the eastern wilderness demon race, fighting the legendary demon ancestor. Two figures were moving rapidly above the 9 dragons' ancestral vein. Gu Fei was continuously sent flying by the 10,000 demon ancestor. Gu Fei looked as though he had no way to retaliate at all, and was being abused by the 10,000 demon king. However, in reality, Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Gu Fei was constantly devouring the energy of the 1,000 demon ancestor. When the 1,000 demon ancestors' fist force landed on his body, a portion of it was dissipated. However, the other portion was devoured by him. Therefore, the more Gu Fei fought, the stronger he became, while the ancestor of all demons grew weaker. In this way, the outcome of this battle was decided. Meanwhile, the all demons ancestor did not know that Gu Fei was devouring his vitality. Roar! The ancestor of all demons roared continuously as he swung his fists in a frenzy towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei had lost track of how many times he had been sent flying by the 1,000 demons ancestor. However, he did not mind it at all. That was because his powers were constantly increasing. Bam! The ancestor of all demons punched hard on Gu Fei's chest once again. In the next moment, Gu Fei's clothes were instantly torn apart and countless rags flew in the air. Gu Fei was sent flying for hundreds of miles before he managed to stop himself. He lowered his head and saw that there was a fist mark on his chest. The area that was punched had sunk into his body. However, in just a few breaths' time, the fist mark on Gu Fei's chest gradually disappeared. It had been repaired by his martial body. That's a decent punch. Gu Fei nodded. You, the ancestor of all demons, was dumbfounded. This guy had been abused so badly by him, but it was as though he had not been injured at all. This made him extremely moved. Come on, come again. Gu Fei hooked his finger at the ancestor of all demons from afar. The ancestor of all demons was depressed. If you're not coming, I'll make my move. Gu Fei said as he pointed at the ancestor of all demons. Swoosh! The light from Gu Fei's finger instantly pierced through the ancestor of all demons. Just as it was about to pierce through the ancestor of all demons, the ancestor of all demons suddenly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the ancestor of all demons appeared behind Gu Fei and punched Gu Fei's back. Bam! With a dull thud, Gu Fei was sent flying forward. But very quickly, Gu Fei stabilized himself. How is this possible? The ancestor of all demons was in disbelief. Roar! Gu Fei roared and charged at the ancestor of all demons once again. The ancestor of all demons really could not do anything to Gu Fei. I can't afford to offend you, but I can afford to hide. The ancestor of all demons fled immediately. Where do you think you're going? When Gu Fei saw that the 1,000 demons' ancestor had escaped, he was extremely surprised and immediately chased after him. However, the ancestor of all demons dove into the mountain range below and disappeared. This fella, Gu Fei, was speechless. Who would have thought that the ancestor of all demons would flee? What's going on? Old Master Venerable and the others who were watching from afar were stunned. Everything was fine earlier on, and the ancestor of all demons was torturing Gu Fei. Who would have thought that the one fleeing at this moment would be the ancestor of all demons? Old Master, this is... The king of the Phoenix race was even more shocked. Gu Fei dived into the mountain range below and fought with the ancestor of all demons in the mountain range. At this moment, Gu Fei's base in Zhongtian was attacked by a demonic being. When the news spread out, the entire Zhongtian was shocked. After Gu Fei took down Zhongtian, he left some elites to guard it. Long Xiaozhou was in charge of fighting, while Xiao Yu was in charge of managing Zhongtian's base. The demonic being appeared in Zhongtian once more. The appearance of this demonic being caused all the major forces to feel nervous. The ancestral ground of the Buddha race was shrouded in a demonic aura once more. The legendary limitless demon was about to strike again. Ancestral grounds of the Buddha race. In the skies above the 1,000 Buddha mountain, a demonic figure appeared. A powerful demonic aura spread out in all directions, and countless living beings were turned into savage-looking demonic beings. Xiao Yu led the group of heaven realm cultivators under her as though they were facing a great enemy. The forces that guarded Zhongtian were not weak, but they were far from the demonic beings of the limitless demon. Once they were surrounded by the demonic beings, they would only have one choice: death. Very soon, Long Xiaozhou, who was in eastern wilderness, received a message from Xiaoya. What? A demonic being appeared in Zhongtian again? Long Xiaozhou could no longer sit still. Without her master around, who could fight against the limitless demon, she had no choice but to send a message to Gu Fei. What? Chapter 5401. The ancestral land of the 9 dragons was the territory of the ancestor of all monsters. If this guy wanted to hide, even Gu Fei would have a hard time finding him. A strong divine sense burst out from Gu Fei and instantly enveloped the entire ancestral land of the 9 dragons. The auras of all living beings appeared in his mind. However, there was no sign of the ancestor of all monsters among the auras. Outrageous! This guy is quite capable. Gu Fei could not help but frown, but he soon understood that the ancestor of all monsters had been sleeping on the ancestral 9 dragons' jade lotus platform. His aura had long become one with the aura of the ancestral land of the 9 dragons. Therefore, this guy could easily become one with the aura of the ancestral land of the 9 dragons. Even Gu Fei could not sense his presence. He could not find this guy for the time being. Gu Fei did not really want to fight to the death with the ancestor of all monsters. Since this guy did not want to come out, it was fine. As long as he did not mess up Gu Fei's plan, he would let him be. Just then, a flare descended from the sky. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the flame wisp landed in his hand. A demon appeared in the Buddhist land. Gu Fei dispersed the flame wisp in his hand, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot without leaving a trace. This, after Ancestor Fireshine saw that Gu Fei had left, he only dared to fly over slowly from afar. Gu Fei had beaten up their ancestor so badly that he had to flee. Who in the entire eastern wilderness could fight against him? What should they do? Ancestor Fireshine and the rest were in despair. Surrender obediently, and that guy should not make things difficult for you. Don't disturb me in the future, understand? The ancestor of all monsters voice rang in the minds of Ancestor Fireshine and the rest. Ancestor Fireshine and the rest were speechless. Was this guy really their ancestor? They had no choice but to surrender. If they were to fight to the death with Gu Fei, the Eastern Wilderness monster race would be wiped out. Be it old ancestor Fire Qilin or old ancestor Black Tortoise, none of them wanted to die. At this time, the war in the Eastern Wilderness had broken out again. The Southern Barbarian Army, brought by Long Xiaozhou, had launched an attack on the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan Army. The Demon Army of the Eastern Baron kept losing ground. The Demon Army of the Fire Qilin clan was amazing. They actually managed to defend Moyang City against the Red-Browed Eagle King's attack. The Guardian General of the Fire Qilin clan was Fire Qilin Yen. He was an Emperor Realm expert, and he was the younger brother of the Fire Qilin forefather. Red-Browed Eagle King was only at the King Realm, but behind him was Huangfu Zun. With Huangfu Zun's support, even the Fire Qilin Flame didn't dare to leave the city to fight. However, the other demon race armies were different, especially the Black Tortoise Demon Army, which was directly defeated by Long Xiaozhou's army. There were countless experts under Long Xiaozhou's command, and even she herself was a half-step Emperor Realm expert. Although the commander of the Black Tortoise Demon Army was also an Emperor Realm expert. Long Xiaozhou had the monarch executioner that Gu Fei had bestowed upon her. It was a peerless divine blade that had been stained with the blood of more than one Emperor Realm expert. With the monarch executioner in hand, Long Xiaozhou had no fear of any Emperor Realm expert. Black Tortoise Dragon was extremely depressed. He was being hunted down by a junior from the West Sea. He was an emperor of the Black Tortoise clan, while his opponent was only the youngest daughter of the West Sea Dragon Emperor. She wasn't even an Emperor Realm expert. It couldn't be helped. The youngest daughter of the West Sea Dragon Emperor wielded the monarch executioner that even Emperor Realm experts were afraid of. Long Xiaozhou had already obtained Gu Fei's 9 esoteric immortal Dao. With a single slash, she cleaved the city that Black Tortoise Dragon was guarding in half. Wherever the saber light passed, it left behind a huge ravine, splitting the entire city in half. Countless demons died under this saber. Even an Emperor Realm expert, like Black Tortoise Dragon, was scared out of his wits by Long Xiaozhou's slash. He fled without putting up any resistance. That monarch executioner was an absolute killing weapon. Of course, it wasn't enough to scare an Emperor Realm expert like Black Tortoise Dragon into running for his life. The reason Black Tortoise Dragon fled was because he'd received news that Long Xiaozhou's monarch executioner had been enhanced by Gu Fei. It could kill any Emperor Realm expert with it. He, Xuan Wulong, didn't want to be instantly killed by Long Xiaozhou, a little girl from the West Sea. He might be laughed at if he fled, but if he didn't, he would be instantly killed by the little girl from the West Sea. He would still be laughed at. Therefore, Black Tortoise Dragon chose to flee. Kill them! In the sky above the city, Long Xiaozhou waved the monarch executioner in her hand. In the next moment, the countless battle soldiers behind her charged towards the scattered Black Tortoise demon soldiers in the city like a tidal wave. Since the Black Tortoises had fled when they saw their commander, how could the others dare fight Long Xiaozhou's soldiers? Therefore, countless soldiers fled through the 4 city gates. Black Tortoise deserters filled the mountains and plains. Long Xiaozhou soon stopped her attack, because Gu Fei had arrived. Master, why don't you follow up with another attack? In Long Xiaozhou's main tent, she said to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the main seat. There's no need to waste energy on this. They'll surrender soon. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Everyone in the tent was shocked. Could it be that their master had already forced the Eastern Baron Demon clan to surrender? If they don't want to die, then they have no choice but to surrender. Gu Fei's tone was as calm as ever. Subduing the Eastern Baron monster race wasn't a difficult task. He didn't want to waste time here. Disciple, you're in charge of the Eastern Baron territory. Kill anyone who refuses to surrender. Don't be lenient. I'll leave someone behind to help you." As Gu Fei spoke, a figure appeared in the tent with just a thought. "Master, you finally thought of me?" The limitless fire spirit was extremely excited. He had stayed in the little world that sacred Lord Void Sky had created for countless years and wanted to come out. The Wuji fire spirit had obtained Gu Fei's innate stone man body. At this moment, he'd perfectly fused his power with this body. The boundless fire spirit was a true, boundless realm existence. An Emperor Realm cultivator was nothing in front of it. Even a transcendent Emperor Realm cultivator could be crushed to death with a single finger. In the void world, an infinite prime was invincible. This is your young master. You have to listen to her. Do you understand? If anything happens to her, you know what will happen. Gu Fei said to the Wuji fire spirit. Yes, master. With me here, no one can hurt the young master. The Wuji fire spirit said hurriedly. With the Wuji fire spirit guarding the Eastern Barren territory, there was nothing to fear even if the super antique from the ancestral dragon vein of the Eastern Barren territory jumped out. After settling everything, Gu Fei headed straight for the Middle Lands. Chapter 5402. Once again, Zhongtian was in danger. Wuji demon had actually recovered and opened up the demonic domain. Countless demonic domain armies rushed out of the demonic domain. As the demonic chi flowed out of the demonic domain, any living creature that came into contact with the demonic chi would be demonized and turned into incomparably ferocious demonic creatures. The demonic creatures that were demonized by the demonic chi were all low-level demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. However, the high-level demons that came out of the demonic domain could easily control these low-level demonic creatures. Zhongtian was the most prosperous place in the Void Realm. It had the most living creatures in the entire Void Realm. After these living creatures were demonized by the demonic chi, they became a terrifying demonic army. The great demon that led the army of demons to surround the Zhongtian dynasty was Fire Demon Lord, one of the 5 elements demon lords under Wuji Demon Lord. The Zhongtian dynasty was one of the superpowers in Zhongtian. The power of the Zhongtian dynasty naturally could not be compared to the Sky Clan and Buddha Clan. Especially after the previous demonic chaos, the Zhongtian dynasty was almost destroyed by the demons. After surviving the previous demonic chaos, who would have thought that Gu Fei would launch a war to unify the world? Gu Fei's army killed their way into Zhongtian from the South Barbarian. Everywhere they passed, countless forces in Zhongtian surrendered. The Zhongtian dynasty was no exception. As such, the Zhongtian Empire's capital had become Xiao Ye's base camp in the Zhongtian Empire. The Sky Clan's primogenitor, Yuxian was Gu Fei's 3rd disciple. The Buddha Clan's 7 great Buddhist lords had also surrendered to Gu Fei. Conquering Zhongtian was actually not a difficult task. Your Highness, what should we do? In the Zhongtian dynasty's palace, a group of powerhouses looked at Lilia, who was sitting on the throne. As for the Emperor of Zhongtian, he was standing respectfully below the throne. At this time, the Emperor of Zhongtian was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This throne was supposed to be his, but now, sitting on the throne in front of him was a little girl who was not even a god king, and he, the Emperor, had to listen to this little girl. In fact, even if the Emperor of the Zhongtian Imperial Court was not convinced in his heart, it was useless. This was because he did not dare to resist, because even the Tian clan had already submitted. When the Sky High Royal Lord personally saw the old ancestor of the Sky race call Lilia as senior sister, he was completely dumbfounded. The primogenitor of the Tian clan was a legendary supreme existence. What else can we do? Junior sister, what do you think we should do? Xiao Ye said to a young and beautiful woman who was lying on a seat on the left with her legs crossed. You're the senior sister. You have the final say. Yu Xian said indifferently. This, Xiao Ye frowned. If her junior sister was willing to make a move, how could that fire demon sovereign outside the city be a match for her? Yu Xian was a supreme existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. In the eyes of experts from the void realm, any existence that surpassed the Emperor realm was the transcendent Emperor realm. The transcendent Emperor realm represented invincibility. Because Long Xiaozhou fought in the eastern wilderness and took away the elites and experts of southern barbarian, there were not many experts here to keep watch. However, the 4 great generals and 7 great Buddhist lords under her command were all experts among experts, especially the 4 generals. They were once the generals under old ancestor Hong Tian. They had been through hundreds of battles and had rich experience in battles. Moreover, each of them was a transcendent Emperor realm existence. Whether it was Wu Jixian, Wu Jixin, Wu Jidao, or Wu Jizhan, they were all existences in the eternal realm. In the void realm, the eternal realm was equivalent to the transcendent Emperor realm. The 7 Buddhist lords were all in the Emperor realm. Your Highness, why don't I go and meet that fire demon sovereign? Wu Jizhan stood up and said, All right. Xiaoya pondered for a moment and said, All right, be careful. Yes, Your Highness. After Wu Jizhan said that, he disappeared on the spot. No one saw how he left. This kind of supreme existence in the transcendent Emperor realm had to listen to Xiaoya. The sky-high royal lord was shocked. This was an existence that even he had to look up to. At this time, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the sky-high royal city. As soon as he arrived, he saw a figure rushing out of the sky-high royal city towards a powerful demonic aura outside the city. Wu Jizhan. Gu Fei recognized that person immediately. The person who rushed out of the city and into the army of demons was one of his 4 generals, Wu Jizhan. The 4 generals were specially left behind by Gu Fei to protect Xiaoya. Of course, it was enough for Xiaoya to be protected by Yu Xian. However, Gu Fei still left behind the 4 generals. With the 4 generals protecting Xiaoya, Gu Fei could rest assured. The current situation was so bad that he had to send out the 4 generals. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to enter the sky-high royal city. At this time, an angry roar came from the army of demons outside the city. Roar. The terrifying demonic roar spread out in all directions. The surrounding demonic aura was immediately affected by the sound waves. A powerful demonic aura erupted, but at the same time, another powerful aura erupted as well. The 2 forces, one righteous and one evil, were confronting each other. Interesting. Gu Fei felt a little surprised when he sensed the demonic aura. That limitless demon actually had such a powerful subordinate. Back then, Yu Xian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master and transformed into the limitless Sword Master to fight against the limitless demon. That battle was earth-shattering and almost destroyed this part of the world. In the end, the limitless demon was no match for the limitless Sword Master and had no choice but to retreat into his devil domain. Now the limitless demon actually recovered and dared to kill his way out of the devil domain. This made Gu Fei curious. How did this guy recover in such a short period of time? The limitless Sword Master was a ruthless character. The limitless demon was defeated by the limitless Sword Master and suffered heavy injuries. Boom! At this time a loud sound rang out. 2 fists instantly collided with each other. This was simply like 2 huge mountains colliding, causing the entire void to tremble. Violent energy waves erupted, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void and spread out in all directions. The 2 figures flew backwards, but they immediately charged at each other again. The dull sound of the collision was like an incomparably shocking thunder, causing the ears of all living beings to buzz. Those living beings with weaker cultivations even fainted from the impact. The battle between these 2 transcendent emperors was simply a disaster to the army of demons outside the city. The mighty fluctuations of power that descended from the sky directly caused countless demonic creatures to turn into clouds of blood mist. However, the death of countless demons and demonic creatures was completely ignored by the Fire Devil Lord. Chapter 5403. In Zhongtian, outside the imperial capital of Zhongtian Dynasty, Wu Jizhan was fighting against Fire Demon Venerable. two powerful forces kept colliding in the sky, and energy waves that erupted from them spread out in all directions. The energy storm in the sky was extremely powerful. The energy waves that swept down caused the sand and stones on the ground to fly, and the sun and moon to dim. Towering trees were uprooted and then directly smashed into pieces by the energy storm in the void. Countless devil race powerhouses and demonic creatures who couldn't dodge in time were affected and turned into clouds of blood mist, directly losing their lives. Fire Demon Venerable did not care about the life and death of his demons at all. He only had one goal, and that was to kill the human in front of him. As long as he could kill this guy, it would definitely be worth it, even if he had to sacrifice his demon army. The two figures moved quickly in the void, and the dull sound of collisions kept ringing. For a moment, the two experts could not determine the winner at all. They were only evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. The barracks of the demons below were already in a mess. At this moment, the gate of the imperial capital of Zhongtian dynasty suddenly opened, and countless soldiers rushed out of the city, directly killing into the barracks of the demons outside the city. For a moment, flags fluttered and battle cries shook the sky. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. The person who led the army out of the city was Wu Jixian, the leader of his 4 Eternal Realm generals. Needless to say, it must be Lilia who ordered the attack on the barracks of the demons, because in the entire Zhongtian, only Lilia could order Wu Jixian around. Wu Jixian was an Eternal Realm expert, and he only took orders from Gu Fei and Lilia. Even Long Xiaozhou and Yu Xian could not order Wu Jixian around. Wu Jixian attacked, and countless immortal lights directly pierced into the barracks of the demons. Countless demon soldiers were pierced by the immortal lights, and then turned into dust and dissipated in the void. These demons, under the hands of Wu Jixian, not even their corpses were left. Wu Jixian led his army and went on a killing spree, causing the demons' army to be routed. Countless demon soldiers scrambled to escape, and no one expected that the demons' army would be so weak. As for Wu Jixian, he was getting further and further away from Fire Devil Venerable. No one would have thought that the siege would be resolved just like that. At this time, the other experts in the city also soared into the sky and came to the sky to watch the battle. "Fourth bro, you're amazing!" Wu Jixian exclaimed. Their fourth brother, Wu Jixian, had displayed astonishing battle prowess. He was actually able to fight against Fire Demon Sovereign all by himself. Boom! The two figures collided with each other in an instant. In the next moment, the two figures separated, but immediately rushed back to kill each other. Great Heaven World Destruction Palm! Wu Jixian let out a furious roar as he displayed this palm technique. The violent palm force covered the sky and covered the earth as it headed towards Fire Demon Venerable. Fire refining heaven and earth. Hui Emozun sneered and also displayed his ultimate move. Boundless demonic flames surged from his body and engulfed Wu Jixian instantly. Rumble, when the two forces collided, the sky full of palm shadows and the monstrous demonic flames disappeared at the same time. Once again, they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. "Fourth bro, do you need help?" Wu Jixian shouted at Wu Jixian, who was fighting with Fire Demon Venerable. "Don't interfere. He's mine," Wu Jixian shouted as he attacked. Wu Jixian was stunned when he heard this. Fourth bro didn't need their help. One had to know that if the 4 of them were to attack together, no matter how strong Fire Demon Venerable was, he would still be tortured by the 4 of them. Limitless Immortal and the rest could not sense the presence of Gu Fei at all. "Why isn't Master back yet?" Wu Jixian and the rest were getting anxious because the subordinates of Limitless Demon Venerable were extremely strong. If Limitless Demon Venerable were to come personally, they would definitely be dead. As for Gu Fei, he was someone who could go against Limitless Demon Venerable. Boom! At this moment, a figure flew out. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Wu Zizhan was sent flying by the other party, smashing into a mountain ridge over 10 miles away. Wu Zizhan crashed through the mountain and rolled down to the foot of the mountain. Fourth bro! Seeing this, Wu Jishin was both shocked and furious. Was this fire demon, Venerable, really so powerful? Roar! Wu Jizhan's roar could be heard from afar. The sound waves spread out and reverberated in the mountains. Wu Jizhan charged over from afar and charged towards Fire Demon Venerable. Fire Devil Venerable was going all out. One after another, chains of fire rushed out from his body towards Wu Jizhan. The speed of the chains was extremely fast. Wu Jizhan flipped his right hand, and a divine saber appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Wu Jizhan slashed out with his saber. The dazzling saber light lit up the dark sky. The immortal saber light broke through the fire chains one after another and headed straight for Fire Demon Venerable. This was Wu Jizhan's heaven-splitting demonic saber. The power of this divine saber was not to be underestimated. Swoosh! Fire Demon Venerable left an afterimage on the spot and dodged it instantly. Keep it! Fire Demon Venerable's figure appeared in the distance. In his right hand was a demonic pagoda that was surrounded by demonic flames. He took out the demonic pagoda. The demonic pagoda rose from Fire Demon Venerable's hand and appeared above Wu Jizhan's head. A powerful devouring power surged out from the demonic pagoda and enveloped Wu Jizhan in an instant. This was Fire Demon Venerable's heaven-devouring demonic pagoda. Wu Jizhan felt his body tighten. In the next moment, he flew towards the demonic pagoda uncontrollably and was sucked into the demonic pagoda. Fourth bro! When Wu Jishin, Wu Jidao, and the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. Wu Jishin and Wu Jidao attacked Fire Demon Venerable at the same time. Haha, you want to gang up on me? Fire Demon Venerable laughed. At this moment, the huge demonic pagoda shrunk rapidly and landed on Fire Demon Venerable's right hand. You guys come in as well. Fire Demon Venerable laughed and soared into the sky, dodging the attacks of the two experts. In the next moment, the demonic pagoda in his hand flew up again and turned into a huge mountain, giving off an incomparably oppressive feeling. Another powerful devouring power surged out from the bottom of the demonic pagoda. This power enveloped Wu Jishin and Wu Jidao at the same time. Wu Jishin and Wu Jidao couldn't help but fly towards the demon tower. Just as they were about to be devoured, a figure appeared beside them and reached out to grab the two of them. Huh! Fire Demon Venerable was shocked. That person was not afraid of his demonic pagoda? Fire Demon Venerable activated the demonic pagoda with all his might. He wanted to suck the three fellows below into the demonic pagoda and refine them. However, no matter how he activated the demonic pagoda, the three people below did not move at all. They were as steady as a divine mountain. Master. Chapter 5404. Every single one of the 5 elemental devil sovereigns under the limitless demon lord was extremely powerful. This fire devil sovereign was even more ferocious. When he attacked, he didn't have any scruples at all. He didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. Fire Devil Sovereign immediately took out the heaven-devouring Devil Tower. The fourth brother, Wu Jizhan, was directly swallowed by the heaven-devouring Devil Tower. The second brother, Wu Jishin, and the third brother, Wu Jidao, rushed forward and attacked Fire Devil Sovereign at the same time. They wanted to save Wu Jizhan, but the might of the heaven-devouring Devil Tower had reached an unimaginable level. Just as Wu Jidao and Wu Jidao were about to be sucked into the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed them. Master! When Wu Jidao and Wu Jidao saw that person, they were both surprised and delighted. Now that their master had made a move, this Fire Devil Sovereign was going to be in trouble. Both of you retreat first. Gu Fei grabbed Wu Jishin with one hand and Wu Jidao with the other. Then he exerted his strength and flung the two generals away. Wu Jishin and Wu Jidao immediately flew out of the heaven-devouring demon tower's demonic might as though they were riding on the clouds. They disappeared without a trace. The experts in the sky above the middle sky royal capital were shocked to see the scene. "It's Master! Master is back!" Xiao Ye also appeared in the sky above the middle sky royal capital. When she saw the figure below the Devil Tower, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What, Gu Fei is back?" The powerhouses of the culmination sky royal capital were all shocked. This was especially true for the Zenith Royal Lord. This was the first time this venerable realm expert had seen Gu Fei. It was also the first time he had seen Gu Fei's glory. "Who are you?" Fire Devil Sovereign had never seen Gu Fei before. "The person who will kill you." After saying that, Gu Fei directly charged into the heaven-devouring demon tower. "Huh, you want to kill me? What a joke. Let me refine you first." Fire Demon Sovereign couldn't help laughing when he saw Gu Fei walking into the trap. He extended his right hand, and the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, which was as large as a demonic mountain, flew towards him. The heaven-devouring demon tower shrunk rapidly. When it landed in the hands of the Fire Fiend Lord, it was only a foot tall, and he held it in his hands. Above the Devil Tower, the demonic fire lingered, and inside the Devil Tower, two small figures were circulating mysterious techniques to resist the demonic fire that was burning from all directions. This heaven-devouring Devil Tower had a total of 7 floors. Each floor was an inner world, and each floor was a world of devil flames. Living beings that were sucked into the Devil Tower only had one fate, and that was to be refined by the devil flames, their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Fei and Wu Jizhan were taken into the first floor of the Devil Tower by Fire Devil Venerable. "Master, why did you come in?" When Gu Fei entered the Devil Tower, Wu Jizhan was already surrounded by demonic fire. Wu Jizhan's body emitted a ball of godly light. This ball of godly light enveloped him, blocking the surrounding demonic fire outside of this ball of godly light. Even though Wu Jizhan had the godly light protecting him, under the refinement of the demonic fire, the godly light around his body gradually dimmed. Once the godly light was completely refined by the demonic fire, he would be done for. The demonic fire within the heaven-devouring Devil Tower was no ordinary demonic fire. It was the terrifying, eternal, grade, demonic fire that could refine an eternal realm expert to death. Seeing that Gu Fei had appeared within the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, Wu Jizhan was both surprised and elated. "If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have ended up with your body and soul destroyed?" Gu Fei walked within the demonic fire. Wherever he passed, the demonic fire would retreat to the sides, unable to get close to him at all. This, outside the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, Fire Devil Venerable couldn't help but feel shocked. This human wasn't afraid of the demonic fire within the tower? This heaven-devouring Devil Tower was a demonic weapon that Fire Devil Venerable had spent his entire life refining. This demonic weapon was extremely strong and could even refine an eternal realm expert to death with ease. Could this human be in existence, just like his master? At the thought of this, Fire Devil Venerable's face turned extremely grim. Master! To think that his master would enter the Devil Tower personally to save him. Wu Jizhan was both grateful and ashamed at the same time. Yes, Gu Fei pondered for a moment before flipping his right hand. A cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand as he held it. "I'll give this 9 Daos cauldron to protect you first." As Gu Fei spoke, the small cauldron in his right hand flew over to Wu Jizhan. The 9 Daos cauldron floated above Wu Jizhan's head. The power of the 9 Daos descended from the 9 Daos cauldron and enveloped Wu Jizhan within it. "Many thanks, Master." Wu Jizhan replied hurriedly. He felt his body lighten as the heat from the outside world was blocked off by a tremendous amount of energy from the 9 Daos cauldron. What? Looking at this scene within the tower, Fire Devil Venerable could not help but be shocked. To think that this human would be able to take out a Tao weapon that could go against the heaven-devouring demon tower so casually. This was definitely not a good thing for Fire Devil Venerable. "All right, let me destroy this devil tower then." As Gu Fei said that, he gripped his right hand and punched upwards. The next moment, Wu Zizhan heard a loud boom as the entire heaven-devouring demon tower shook violently. To think that the first level of the devil tower would be punched through by Gu Fei! Gu Fei's fist force was indestructible. After punching through the first level of the devil tower, his fist force turned into a gigantic purplish gold dragon. This gigantic dragon slammed headfirst into the second level of the devil tower. With that, a gigantic hole appeared on the second level of the devil tower as well. The earth-shattering sounds of collisions rang out continuously. To think that the heaven-devouring demon tower would be punched through by Gu Fei with a single punch. He had punched through the 7th level of the heaven-devouring demon tower. The heaven-devouring demon tower flew up from Fire Devil Venerable's hands and expanded to a gigantic size instantly. As for Fire Devil Venerable, he seemed to have received a huge blow as a trail of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Fire Devil Venerable stared at the heaven-devouring demon tower in disbelief. In the eyes of Gu Fei, there's nothing that's impossible in this world. As Gu Fei was speaking, a figure within the heaven-devouring demon tower began to grow bigger and bigger, causing the entire heaven-devouring demon tower to be filled with cracks. Roar! Fire Devil Venerable channeled the fire-type demonic powers within his body furiously as ancient demonic patterns appeared one after another on the surface of the heaven-devouring demon tower. He wanted to suppress the heaven-devouring demon tower. However, it was all futile. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire heaven-devouring demon tower exploded as a torrential demonic flame burst forth, sweeping through the entire heaven and earth. Countless demonic beings on the ground were incinerated into ashes by the demonic flames. The fragments of the heaven-devouring demon tower shot out in all directions, and even the Sky Mid-Heaven Emperor was affected. The Sky Mid-Heaven Royal Lord hurriedly activated the Sky Mid-Heaven Royal Capital's defensive array, blocking the flying fragments. PFFF! Fire Devil Venerable could no longer hold it in as he spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. Following the destruction of the heaven-devouring demon tower, he also received a huge blow. Chapter 5405. Gu Fei punched through the 7-floored, heaven-devouring demon tower and destroyed the entire tower. This was a demonic Tao artifact that Fire Demon Venerable had refined for his entire life. It was closely related to him. Now that the heaven-devouring demon tower was destroyed by Gu Fei, Fire Demon Venerable suffered a huge blow. He vomited blood immediately. Kill! Wu Zizhan grabbed the 9 Paths cauldron and smashed it towards Fire Demon Venerable. Bam! With a dull thud, Fire Demon Venerable was smashed by the 9 Paths cauldron and was sent flying. He coughed out blood continuously. Clearly, he was severely injured. "I'll take your life while you're down." Wu Zizhan chased after him with the 9 Paths cauldron. Scram! A furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and punched towards Wu Zizhan. An extremely violent fist force erupted from the figure's fist and sent Wu Zizhan flying with the cauldron. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this. This person's combat strength was extremely strong and far above Wu Zizhan. There was such a powerful demon venerable under the limitless demon lord. Wu Zizhan steadied himself. He felt his blood boiling, and a stream of blood rushed up his throat. He almost vomited it out. He forcefully swallowed the blood back down his throat. "Old Hua, why are you in such a sorry state?" The demonic figure laughed loudly. "It's you, old Jean?" Fire Demon Venerable was shocked. It was Golden Demon Venerable. There were 5 powerful Demon Venerables under the limitless Demon Lord. These 5 Demon Venerables were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 demon venerables had an impressive background. They were all innate demons born from the innate 5 elements, demonic chi. Such demons were already heaven-defying in terms of talent. Fire Demon Venerable and Golden Demon Venerable were both peak Eternal Realm experts. That Fire Devil Venerable was able to defeat Wu Jizhan. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, Wu Jizhan would have been in danger of being refined by the Fire Devil Venerable using the heaven-devouring Devil Tower. Golden Demon Venerable had arrived. You are Golden Demon Venerable. Wu Jizhan stared at the figure covered in demonic chi and sneered. This time, the limitless demon lord killed his way out of the demon domain, but he had 5 demon lords under him. These 5 demon lords fought in Middle Heaven, and everywhere they went, they destroyed everything. In the entire Mid-Heaven, only the heavenly race, ancestral land, and heavenly capital had not fallen. There was no need to talk about the Sky Clan. The Sky Clan's ancestral land was surrounded by countless arrays. Even the 5 demon sovereigns couldn't attack it. Therefore, the Tian Clan's ancestral land was very safe. Moreover, the Tian Clan's ancestral land was not simple. Even if the 5 great demon sovereigns attacked it, these demon sovereigns would still lose their lives inside. This was because the ancestral land had other plans. As for Zhongtian Emperor's capital, it was guarded by the 4 great generals. Therefore, Fire Devil Venerable couldn't attack it for the time being. Tian Mountain Fire Capital. Venerable Tian Dragon Demon, Wu Capital Venerable Dragon King. Demon Sect, Fei Tian Tian, Chi King Demon Dragon Tower 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 Race. Dragon Dragon God. Demon Wu Qin. Hao Tian Long Venerable. Dragon Tower Demon Emperor Tian Tian and Floors. Demons Flame, Mo Ants Ken. Qin. To I Yu Ants Long Qin, Yu is caressed, I Chin Chin Demon Hall Qin. Golden Demon Venerable's tone was impatient. What did you say? Wu Jizhan was truly infuriated. How about you come over and let me kill you? Wu Jizhan sneered. You're courting death. Golden Demon Venerable said and disappeared on the spot. What? Wu Jizhan was taken aback. Just as he was about to dodge, a hand reached out from the side. Then a fist appeared in front of him and was accurately caught by that hand. Wu Jizhan's shock was no small matter. The person who had grabbed the fist in front of him was none other than Gu Fei. What? A demonic figure appeared from the void. Golden Demon Venerable looked at Gu Fei in shock. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking was heard. In the next moment, Golden Demon Venerable's entire right arm twisted. Roar! Golden Demon Venerable roared and tore off his right arm. Then he retreated and distanced himself from Gu Fei. You! Golden Demon Venerable was shocked and furious. He saw his severed right arm grow back quickly. In just a few seconds, his right arm had regrown. So it's a golden spider. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at Golden Demon Sovereign's right arm, which had reverted to its original form. It was not a human arm, but a spider leg. Golden Demon Venerable's original form was a golden spider. Moreover, Golden Demon Venerable's arm could grow back. In other words, this guy had an undying body. Of course, an undying body was relative. No one could truly be undying. Even infinite primes could face the danger of being killed by other infinite primes. There was no helping it. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Eternal life was possible, but undying was very difficult. No one would find a place to hide for the rest of their lives. It was too boring. You deserve to die. Golden Demon Venerable stared at Gu Fei. A shocking killing intent spread from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the killing intent. You want to kill me? Gu Fei really felt that it was somewhat funny. This fellow was overestimating his own ability. You think I can't kill you? Golden Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He was truly enraged. He had actually been injured by a puny human. This was a complete humiliation to him. However, Golden Demon Venerable had no idea who he was facing. Even if his master, the boundless demon lord, were to come in person, he would not dare to look down on the current Gu Fei. You don't say. You really can't kill me. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, Are you joking? Golden Demon Venerable said in disdain, You can try if you don't believe me. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Then go to hell. Golden Demon Venerable said as he took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Fei. The stronger an existence was, the more simple and direct their attacks would be. While such an attack might seem simple, it contained Dao power and was the most powerful attack. However, Gu Fei did not move at all. Golden Demon Venerable's fist came to a stop when it was still half a foot away from Gu Fei. It was as though it had hit a transparent wall in front of Gu Fei. Golden Demon Venerable's fist rebounded. What? Golden Demon Sovereign's shock was no small matter. This guy's defensive power was actually that strong. Fire Demon Venerable, who was at the side, was even more dumbfounded. The experts who were watching the battle from the sky above Zhongqian Royal Capital were also dumbfounded. Damn it! Golden Demon Venerable was enraged. He waved his fist in a frenzy and punched at Gu Fei. Chapter 5406. The arrival of the Golden Demon Lord was extremely domineering. With a single punch, he sent Wu Jixian flying before challenging Gu Fei. However, the Golden Demon Lord would have never imagined that this puny little human before him would be an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with his master. If he had known that Gu Fei was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with his master, he would have long been scared off. How would he have dared to jump out and challenge Gu Fei? At this moment, the fist of the Golden Demon Lord slammed out at Gu Fei in a frenzy. However, when his fist was still half an inch away from Gu Fei, it was blocked by an invisible force. To think that his fist couldn't even touch the hem of Gu Fei's robes. How could this be? The Golden Demon Lord retracted his fist and retreated. Why? Not fighting anymore. Gu Fei looked at the Golden Demon Lord with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. You! The Golden Demon Lord glared at Gu Fei with a myriad of expressions on his face. This human was many times stronger than he had expected. There was a high chance that this fellow was an unparalleled existence, just like his master. At the thought of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Golden Demon Lord. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that we can't take down this fella. By now, the Fire Demon Lord had already recovered. This fella had consumed a demon pill, and all the wounds on his body had healed completely. Humph. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Master, let me take on these two fellas. Unknowingly, Wu Jixian had already appeared behind Gu Fei. He was the leader of the 4 great generals, and possessed a cultivation state of eternal peak state. In reality, given Wu Jixian's innate talent, he would definitely be able to take that final step into the half-step, limitless state in the future. However, this wasn't a step that could be taken just because one wanted to. It required fate. Some people's cultivation states were stuck between eternal peak state and half-step, limitless state. No matter how long they tried, they were unable to take that final step. However, there were some people who could comprehend it and take that final step overnight. Therefore, fate was extremely important. Can you do it? Gu Fei said with a frown. Although Wu Jixian had peak eternal realm cultivation, Lord Golden Devil also had peak eternal realm cultivation. Moreover, there was also Lord Fire Devil. How could Wu Jixian be a match for these two fellows? Master, count me in. Wu Jixian charged over. All right. Gu Fei glanced at Wu Jixian and Wu Jixian before taking a step forward and retreating. You dare to look down on me? Golden Demon Sovereign was enraged. A powerful wave of demonic power erupted from his body. Everyone was shocked when they sensed a wave of demonic power. Golden Fiend supremacy was going all out? Why are you so fierce? Wu Jixian took a step forward and reached out with his right hand to grab the golden demon lord. A huge golden hand instantly became as huge as a mountain, grabbing golden demon lord in its hand. Humph! The golden demon sovereign sneered. In the next moment, the golden hand that had grabbed him exploded and vanished into thin air. It's my turn. Golden demon sovereign's body shook. Rays of demonic light rushed out from his body and turned into demonic chains that wrapped around Wu Jixian. Wu Jixian executed the 8 desolation steps, leaving behind one afterimage after another in the void as he charged towards Golden Demon Sovereign. Devouring the heavens, Golden Demon Venerable suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed Wu Jixian, who was attacking him, in an instant. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Wu Jixian was swallowed by Golden Demon Sovereign? Above the center heaven royal capital, the eyeballs of the experts almost fell out. Everyone could not believe that Golden Demon Sovereign had swallowed Wu Jixian in a single bite. If they had not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, who would have believed that this was real? Even Gu Fei was stunned. This ending was too unexpected. It shouldn't be. With Wu Jixian's cultivation and battle prowess, how could he be swallowed by Golden Demon Sovereign in a single bite? Tisk, just S.O. Golden Demon Sovereign said disdainfully. He had thought that this guy was powerful. Who knew that he would swallow this guy in a single bite? Boss Jean, are you full now? You can swallow the other one as well. Fire Demon Sovereign laughed. Golden Demon Sovereign was the boss of the 5 great demon sovereigns. If he wanted to be the boss of the 5 great demon sovereigns, he would need to possess a stronger cultivation and battle prowess than the other 4 great demon sovereigns. Only the strongest demon sovereign could be the boss of the 5 great demon sovereigns. It was the same for Wu Jixian. He was also the strongest existence among the 4 great war generals. Good. Haha. I'm really not full after eating one. Golden Demon Sovereign laughed heartily. Not full. A spiritual will was transmitted from Golden Demon Sovereign's body. Don't struggle pointlessly. Golden Demon Sovereign said solemnly. His expression turned solemn. This human was actually not dead yet. He circulated his mystic art with all his might in an attempt to refine Wu Jixian in his body. However, Wu Jixian was in existence at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. How could he be refined to death by Golden Demon Sovereign so easily? The power of the Devil Tao and the power of the immortal Tao clashed continuously within Golden Demon Sovereign's body. Then, Golden Demon Sovereign met a tragic end. After all, this was his body. Soon, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, his demonic body swelled up like a ball. What's going on? Fire Demon Sovereign, who was at the side, hurriedly retreated. No matter what Big Brother Jean was playing at, it was definitely not something good. At this moment, Gu Fei could sense that the power of the immortal Tao within Golden Demon Sovereign's body was continuously increasing. Wu Jixian was actually trying to cause Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body to explode. However, it was definitely not an easy task to cause Golden Demon Sovereign to explode. One had to know that this fellow was Golden Demon Sovereign. Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body was innately powerful, far surpassing other demon sovereigns of the same realm. Countless demonic patterns appeared on Golden Demon Sovereign's body. The powerful power of the Devil Tao suppressed the expanding demonic body. You want to refine me? Are you a fool? Wu Jixian's spiritual will continue to spread out from Golden Demon Sovereign's body. Preposterous! Golden Demon Sovereign did not care about anything else. He sat down in the void and frantically circulated his mystic art. An even more powerful fluctuation of the Devil Tao erupted from his body. Fire Demon Sovereign hurriedly retreated further away. He did not want to be implicated. At this moment, Wu Jixian, who had been swallowed into Golden Demon Sovereign's body, also sat down in the body of Golden Demon Sovereign. A powerful power of the immortal Tao erupted from his body, causing Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body to swell up. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This was especially the case for the experts of Middle Heaven Emperor Capital. They were even more shocked. That was Wu Jixian. He was the strongest existence among the 4 strongest generals under Gu Fei. How could he be so weak? That shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Golden Demon Sovereign was fighting against Wu Jixian within his body with all his might. The 2 powers were using Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body as the battlefield. Chapter 5407. Void Realm Middle Sky. High up in the sky, outside the Middle Sky Imperial City, Golden Demon Lord swallowed Wu Jixian in one gulp. He thought that he would be able to refine Wu Jixian easily. However, who would have thought that Wu Jixian wasn't simple? Even though he was devoured by the Golden Demon Venerate, he wasn't refined that easily. Not only was Wu Jixian not refined by the Golden Demon Sovereign, but he was also fighting against the Golden Demon Sovereign. Powerful immortal Tao power erupted from his body, and the surrounding demonic qi was assimilated by the immortal qi, which was then devoured and absorbed by him. Rather than saying that Golden Demon Lord was refining Wu Jixian, it would be more accurate to say that Wu Jixian was refining Golden Demon Lord. Sensing the situation in his body, Golden Demon Lord was shocked and furious. He had no choice but to sit down in the void and use his demonic energy to refine Wu Jixian in his body. Soon, Golden Demon Lord's demonic body swelled up like a balloon. Golden Demon Lord's demonic energy and Wu Jixian's immortal energy fought with Golden Demon Lord's demonic body as the battlefield. For a moment, neither could do anything to the other. However, Wu Jixian had an advantage. He was inside Golden Demon Lord's body. Therefore, he could attack without any reservations. After all, this was not his body. Even if this demonic body were to explode, he would not be the one who would be severely injured. However, Golden Demon Lord had to be careful. After all, this was his demonic body. Fortunately, this was Golden Demon Lord. The Golden Demon true body was extremely strong. Wu Jixian could not explode Golden Demon Lord's demonic body in a short time. You cunning be *starred. Golden Demon Lord was furious. This guy must have done it on purpose. He deliberately allowed himself to be swallowed into his body. Actually, he had wronged Wu Jixian. Wu Jixian did not intentionally allow himself to be swallowed by Golden Demon Lord. However, since he had already been swallowed by Golden Demon Lord, he could only let it be. Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. Even he did not expect these 2 to fight in such a way. The experts who were watching the battle from the sky above Middle Sky Imperial City were also stunned. Wu Jixian, Wu Jidao, and Wu Jixian were very worried. If not for the fact that their master, Gu Fei, did not say anything, they would have rushed up and attacked Golden Demon Lord. These 3 fellows were also very shrewd. If their boss Wu Jixian was really in danger, their master would definitely not stand idly by. Since their masters weren't doing anything, it meant that their boss, Wu Jixian, wasn't in any danger. "Master, why are you here?" A figure appeared beside Gu Fei. "Why can't I come?" Gu Fei glanced at that person as he spoke. Other than Wu Jixian and the rest, there was only one other person who could appear beside Gu Fei. That person was none other than Yuxian The old ancestor of the Sky Clan, Yuxian was also in the Middle Sky royal capital. The reason why she had appeared in Zhongtian City instead of the ancestral grounds was because Xiaoye had asked her to come and help. If it weren't for her, an existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm, guarding Zhongtian City, the demons outside the city would have already killed their way into the city. The 5 great demon venerables under the limitless demon lord were not to be trifled with. Although the fire demon lord wasn't the weakest among the 5 great demon lords, he wasn't the strongest either. The golden demon lord was much stronger than the fire demon lord. That's not what I meant. Master, aren't you supposed to be in eastern wilderness now? Yu Xian glanced at Gu Fei as she spoke. How can I not come back after receiving your distress signal? Gu Fei said to Yu Xian in annoyance. Tisk, I'm not the one asking you for help. Yu Xian replied disapprovingly. All right, I'll give you a mission now. Kill all these demons for me. Gu Fei said as he glanced at the countless demonic creatures and demonic soldiers who were scrambling to escape. Yes, master. Yu Xian accepted the order with a smile. In the next moment, she raised her right hand towards the sky. Then, a dazzling sword light shot up from her hand. Wang! All of a sudden, a sword chime that sounded like a dragon's roar rang out in the void. The dazzling sword light turned into countless hair-thin sword lights that rushed out in all directions and then fell downwards. Screams filled the air as Yu Xian's hair-thin sword lights descended from the sky. Countless demons and demons fell to the ground and died instantly. A red that appeared on the glabella of every demon and demons. Yu Xian controlled countless sword lights. Each sword light flashed across the sky, and a demon was pierced through the glabella, falling to the ground. Soon, the ground was filled with the corpses of demons and demons. At the same time, the army led by the limitless immortal was also chasing after the demons and demons. At this moment, the demons were completely defeated. Fire Demon Lord was furious when he saw this, although he didn't care about the life and death of the demons and demons. He was the one who brought them here. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the countless fleeing demon soldiers into his inner world, courting death. Yu Xian turned and looked in the direction of Fire Demon Lord. More than 10 hair-thin sword lights pierced through him. Boss Jean, I'll make a move first. I'll get help for you. Fire Demon Lord screamed and fled when he saw Yu Xian attacking him. You bastard! Gold Demon Lord was furious. This Fire Demon Lord had no sense of brotherhood. How dare he abandon me and flee alone? However, no matter how fast Fire Demon Lord fled, his demonic body was still pierced by a few sword lights, and he almost fell from the sky. Fire Demon Lord executed the blood escape technique and turned into a bloodlight that pierced through the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon and was nowhere to be seen. You're lucky to escape. Yu Xian waved her hand and all the sword lights flew back to her. She then caught them in her hand. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, and only a few demonic creatures were running for their lives. The demonic soldiers were either killed by Yu Xian's sword light, taken away by Devil Venerable Hua, or killed by the soldiers under Wu Jixian's command. At this moment, only Gold Demon Lord was left fighting Wu Jixian. Gold Demon Lord was no longer calm. He was surrounded by his enemies. If an Eternal Realm expert were to attack him now, he wouldn't be able to hold on. If he couldn't hold on, he would end up in a miserable state. However, the surrounding experts didn't attack Gold Demon Lord. Roar! Golden Demon Sovereign suddenly roared in anger. In the next moment, his devil body actually cracked open, and a figure was jolted out of his devil body. He didn't hesitate to injure his demonic body in order to shake Wu Jixian out of his body. Is this even possible? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Kill! As soon as Wu Jixian came out, he waved his hands, and 2 light blades formed by the power of immortal Tao slashed at Gold Demon Lord. Gold Demon Lord was too ruthless and even more ruthless to himself. With a flash, he dodged the light blades, and the wound on his body healed rapidly. Where are you going? Chapter 5408. The Golden Demon Lord wanted to escape. He had no choice but to escape. After all, there wasn't even a single demon lord in the surroundings. All of the powerful beings of the other party were staring at him. He knew very well that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to withstand a group attack from all the experts present. Therefore, the Golden Demon Sovereign only had one choice, and that was to escape. However, how could Wu Jixian let the golden demon's supremacy escape so easily? Swoosh! Wu Jixian used the 8 desolation steps. In just 2 steps, he had overtaken the golden demon lord and stood in front of him. This was the ultimate move that Gu Fei had taught the 4 generals. This desolation steps was known as the 8 steps traversing the 8 desolations. Its speed was so fast that it was hard to believe. "You're courting death!" Golden Demon Venerate bellowed as he threw a punch at Wu Jixian, who was blocking his way. "Chaotic rebellion!" Wu Jixian bellowed furiously, and a power that could reverse the universe erupted from his body. Then, the fist that Golden Demon Supremacy had sent toward Wu Jixian actually made a turn and smashed toward Wu Jixian's face. What? Golden Demon Sovereign was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What kind of divine ability was this? It could actually reverse his attack. Of course, it was impossible for Golden Demon Supremacy to be hit by his own fist. He turned to the side, and his right fist brushed past his forehead. Golden Demon Sovereign broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Jixian had obtained the true inheritance of Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. He cultivated the Immortal Tao to begin with, so the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao seemed to be tailor-made for him. Ascend! Wu Jixian immediately unleashed one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret technique. In the next moment, extremely powerful ripples of Immortal Tao power erupted from his body. His battle prowess rose to a level that shocked even him. Golden Demon Lord stared at Wu Jixian with his eyes wide open. How was this possible? What was going on? Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Wu Jixian would still possess such powerful combat prowess. Could it be that this guy had been pretending to be weak all this while? Wu Jixian used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao to refine a lot of demonic qi. His battle prowess continued to rise. Compared to Wu Jixian, Golden Demon Sovereign was getting weaker and weaker. In this way, this battle seemed to have an ending. Of course, in a battle of this level, no one knew who would win until the end. Wu Jixian was holding back Golden Demon Sovereign. This was definitely not a good thing for the Golden Demon Sovereign. The 2 powerhouses were locked in a stalemate high up in the sky. Dull sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. It was incomparably shocking. Gu Fei watched the battle from the side. As for Wu Jixian, Wu Jidao, and Wu Jijan, they stood behind Gu Fei. Why haven't the demons' reinforcements arrived yet? Yu Xian, who was beside Gu Fei, suddenly said, "What? Are you itching for a fight again?" Gu Fei glanced at Yu Xian, and said, "Yes, I want to find someone to practice with." Yu Xian was really bored to death. She only wanted to find a good opponent. At that moment, countless hidden weapons suddenly appeared in the sky. These hidden weapons were all shot towards Wu Jixian, who was fighting against Golden Demon Sovereign. A torrential demonic aura spread out. Within the demonic aura, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Countless figures could be vaguely seen dancing within. "Haha, you're dead for sure." Golden Demon Sovereign laughed out loud. Within the demonic aura, a demonic figure stepped out and instantly appeared beside Wu Jixian. He then punched out at Wu Jixian. "You want to gang up on me?" Wu Jixian sneered. At the next moment, his body turned transparent. When the other party's fist landed on his body, it actually passed through without any resistance. "Your opponent is here," Gu Fei said to Yu Xian. Not bad." Yu Xian took a step out and instantly appeared before that demonic figure. "Earth Demon Sovereign, are you trying to act mysterious again? Don't try to fool me." Golden Demon Sovereign sneered. "Boss Jean, what are you talking about?" Earth Demon Sovereign was enraged. "I'm talking. Stop fooling me." Golden Demon Sovereign sneered. At this moment, Fire Demon Sovereign's figure appeared on a mountain far away. He did not dare to get too close to the battlefield. Bam! With a single punch, Yu Xian'er sent the Earth Demon Lord flying out and smashed onto the ground fiercely. He slid on the ground for several tens of feet before coming to a stop. TSK, this is just too weak. Yu Xian'er retracted her fist. Earth Demon Sovereign fell miserably. Earth Demon Sovereign rushed up from the ground. He was filled with hatred. He was careless and nearly got killed by the other party. However, was it really a moment of carelessness? Yu Xian'er took another step out and punched out again. Without any suspense, Yu Xian'er was sent flying again. This, Gu Fei and the other Heavenly Realm experts were shocked when they saw this. Earth Demon Sovereign, who was sent flying by Yu Xian'er, was one of the 5 strongest demon sovereigns under the limitless Demon Lord. Earth Demon Sovereign was not Yu Xian'er's opponent at all because he did not even have the strength to fight back. He could only be abused by Yu Xian'er. This junior sister of mine is too powerful. In the sky above the Middle Sky royal capital, Xiaoyu, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. Too weak. It's boring. Yu Xian'er directly dealt the killing blow. She instantly vanished from her location, and when she reappeared, she was already beside the Earth Devil Lord. Without any suspense, Yu Xian'er sent out a slap towards the Earth Devil Lord. A resounding slap rang out, and the Earth Devil Lord was sent flying. Die. With a flash, Yu Xian'er chased up to the Earth Devil Lord. With a single kick, she stomped him down from the sky. Boom! The Earth Devil Lord smashed onto the ground. The ground shook violently. Earth Demon Sovereign's body had already crumbled. A beam of demonic light soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, Yu Xian'er stretched out her right hand and instantly grabbed the beam of demonic light. Spare me! Earth Demon Sovereign could not care about anything at this moment and begged for mercy. However, Yu Xian'er exerted strength in her right hand and crushed Earth Demon Sovereign's primordial spirit. A pitiful demon sovereign fell just like that. Roar! The moment Yu Xian'er killed Earth Demon Sovereign, a furious roar came from the Buddha land where Myriad Buddha Mountain was. In the next moment, a terrifying demonic figure appeared in the sky. Gu Fei, who was outside the Middle Sky royal capital, immediately sensed this incomparably powerful ripple of energy. Then a figure appeared in the sky. This was a figure with towering demonic chi. Who dares to kill my subordinate? Come out and accept your death. The figure with towering demonic chi laughed coldly. The limitless demon lord had arrived. Chapter 5409. Yu Xian'er killed the Earth Devil Venerable. With the fall of a Devil Venerable, the entire world darkened and a terrifying rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the sky. Who dares to kill my subordinates, stand out now. The demonic shadow in the sky said coldly. A terrifying demonic aura descended from the sky, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Of course, Gu Fei was an exception. Back when the limitless Demon Lord was born, he had fought against the limitless Demon Lord. Although he was defeated and had to retreat, he had never feared this Demon Lord. Now that he had recovered his cultivation, he could definitely fight against the limitless Demon Lord with his current cultivation and battle strength. No one wants to stand out? In that case, I'll erase all of you ants from this world. The voice of the demonic shadow in the sky rang in the minds of all living beings. At this moment, no one dared to say that it was Yu Xian'er who killed the Earth Devil Venerable. Haha, Master is here. Golden Devil Venerable, who was fighting with Wu Jixian, was both surprised and delighted. Since that's the case, I shall send all of you on your way. The demonic shadow in the sky pressed down with his right hand. A terrifying demonic energy descended from the sky, causing all living beings to feel as though a huge mountain was pressing down on them. In the sky above the Middle Heaven Emperor capital, those who were flying in the sky fell from the sky like dumplings. Some of them were even bleeding from the fall, looking extremely pathetic. Even an Emperor realm expert, like the Middle Heaven Imperial Lord, descended from the sky and sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated his mystic arts to fight against the pressure coming from the sky. The others were in an even worse state. Those with weaker cultivations were even forced to lie on the ground by the mighty demonic pressure descending from the sky. Too strong, countless experts couldn't even think of fighting against the demonic might in the sky. The souls of countless living beings were trembling. Even Wu Jixian and Golden Devil Venerable had no choice but to stop. "Master, it's time for you to perform." As Yu Xian spoke, she retreated to the side and waited to watch the show. Gu Fei was a little speechless. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, directly clashing with the demonic might that descended from the sky. Ezyu, the limitless demon lord in the sky, was clearly shocked. At this moment, everyone felt their bodies lighten, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. The limitless demon master still remembered Gu Fei. It was this kid who wanted to refine the Infinite Prime's demonic origin energy from the extreme demon cave, which was why he had the opportunity to reappear. One had to know that the limitless demon lord had sealed himself within the limitless demon source. If not for Gu Fei unintentionally breaking the seal, who knew how long he would have to slumber before coming out? "Yes, it's me. I want to fight with you today." Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the huge demonic shadow in the sky. "You want to fight with me?" The demonic shadow in the sky was very surprised. "What, you don't want to fight me?" Gu Fei said indifferently, "It's not that I don't want to, but you." The limitless demon lord wanted to say something, but stopped. "He wants to say that I don't have the right to challenge you?" Gu Fei naturally knew what the limitless demon lord wanted to say. "That's what I mean." The limitless demon lord nodded. "Then what about this?" As Gu Fei spoke, his aura suddenly increased by several times. The terrifying pressure of the Infinite Prime spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. "You!" The limitless demon lord in the sky sensed Gu Fei's aura and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy actually had the cultivation of the Infinite Prime, and he was even in the middle stage. "What, now I have the right?" Gu Fei looked at the limitless demon lord in the sky with a faint smile. "Very well, you have the right to fight with me." The limitless demon lord was very surprised. Last time, this kid was only in the eternal realm. How long had it been? His cultivation had already broken through to the Infinite Prime. This kid's cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. "Then let's fight." As Gu Fei spoke, he rushed into the sky and directly attacked the limitless demon lord in the sky. Boom! As Gu Fei punched out, the power of the 5 elements in the world gathered towards his fist and then exploded from it. As Gu Fei punched out, it was as if a 5-colored divine sun had appeared in the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, and it also illuminated the dark world. The boundless demonic qi was dispersed by the power of Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's first move was the 5 elements fist. The power of the 5 elements in the world was mobilized by him. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic palm descending from the sky, causing an extremely loud explosion. The entire void immediately shook, and transparent ripples spread out in all directions. At this time, the collision of the Infinite Prime's power was extremely terrifying. Even a trace of the remaining power was not something that an Emperor realm expert could withstand. Even a transcendent martial emperor would die if they were caught in the shockwaves of this explosion. The limitless demon lord did not hold back when he attacked. It did not matter to him whether the humans on the ground died or not. However, Gu Fei had to care about the people on the ground, because these people were all his subordinates. He could not allow his subordinates to die. Therefore, he directly blocked the terrifying energy storm that was descending towards the ground. "Come, let's go in and fight." As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his hand. After that, he and the limitless demon master vanished into thin air without a trace. This place, the limitless demon lord only felt the surrounding void distort, and he appeared in the primal chaos. You want to fight in the primal chaos? The limitless demon lord looked at Gu Fei opposite him. Here we can fight without fear. Gu Fei also looked at the limitless demon lord. Then what are you waiting for? The limitless demon lord stared at Gu Fei. I am a little disappointed. Gu Fei suddenly shook his head. What are you disappointed about? The limitless demon lord asked curiously. You actually used a clone to trick me? Gu Fei's gaze towards the limitless demon lord instantly turned sharp. The limitless demon lord before him was only a clone, and not the limitless demon lord's true body. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. He was originally a little excited that he could finally fight this peerless demon lord. But who would have thought that this guy was only a clone? I am not tricking you. Even a clone can defeat you. The limitless demon lord's tone was still calm. What did you say? Chapter 54:10. In the chaotic void, Gu Fei finally saw that the limitless demon lord was only an incarnation. This made him very disappointed. He wanted to fight with a real, limitless demon lord. Moreover, this incarnation of the limitless demon lord was really amazing. He actually wanted to use an incarnation to defeat him. Did this fella really think that he was made of mud? How preposterous! Come. Let me see how you defeat me. Gu Fei crooked his finger at the incarnation of the limitless demon lord. As you wish. As the incarnation of the limitless demon lord spoke, he instantly disappeared within the void, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a sense of fear. He raised his right hand to protect the right side of his face. Bam! A fist directly smashed into his right arm, sending him flying and crashing into the surrounding primal chaos aura. Good fella! Gu Fei's heart trembled. This fella's strength was really not small. He actually made me feel pain. It seemed like this incarnation of the limitless demon lord was really powerful. Then let's play with this fella. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the chaotic chi and punched towards the incarnation of the limitless demon lord. The violent fist force swept towards the incarnation of the limitless demon lord like a raging wave. The surrounding chaotic chi was dispersed. This was the chaotic void. Gu Fei could attack without any reservations. The incarnation of the limitless demon lord put his hands in front of him, and a demon shield immediately appeared in front of him. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force ruthlessly landed on the demon shield. In the next moment, the demon shield immediately shattered, and the incarnation of the limitless demon lord was directly sent flying. Devour the heavens! The incarnation of the limitless demon lord roared. In the next moment, a huge demon shadow appeared in the chaotic void. This demon shadow directly opened its mouth and tried to swallow Gu Fei. I'll let you swallow me. The huge demonic shadow swallowed Gu Fei in one gulp. Ha! Little fella, you are only SOZO. The demon shadow laughed towards the sky. Come on, refine me. Gu Fei's spiritual will rippled out from the demonic shadow's body. Who would have thought that I would meet someone who is courting death? The limitless demon lord's incarnation directly revolved his mystic art, wanting to refine Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he calmly sat cross-legged within the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation, waiting for him to be refined. Rumble! Boundless demonic aura surged around Gu Fei's body, and ancient and mysterious demonic patterns were imprinted on Gu Fei. However, when these demonic inscriptions were about a foot away from Gu Fei, they stopped. No matter how the limitless demon lord's incarnation activated the demonic inscriptions, they were unable to get close to Gu Fei. This, the limitless demon master's incarnation, was incomparably shocked. No wonder this fellow was so calm. It seemed like this fellow had the confidence to contend against him. He had still underestimated this human. The limitless demon lord's incarnation was now in a difficult position. This was because he had swallowed Gu Fei into his body, and Gu Fei was now clinging onto his body, refusing to leave. Then, the limitless demon lord was unlucky. He used all his methods, but still couldn't refine Gu Fei. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, and then 6 hours passed. Gu Fei was still calmly sitting cross-legged within the space of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. Rumble! In this space, boundless demonic aura surged, and terrifying demonic figures could be faintly seen within the demonic aura. Bone-chilling demonic howls rang out continuously, as though a group of demons were dancing. However, regardless of whether it was the terrifying soul-stealing demonic sound or the demonic figures that were madly pouncing towards Gu Fei, they were all blocked when they were about a foot away from Gu Fei. The demonic sound is not bad. Continue to work hard. Gu Fei directly took out a table and a chair from his inner world, and even took out wine and meat to eat. His inner world was now comparable to a perfect world, and there were countless living beings within it. Hunting a few savage beasts to roast and eat was unimaginably satisfying. Moreover, there was also the immortal wine that he brewed himself. Gu Fei's inner world had the spring of life, and using the spring water of the spring of life to brew wine was definitely extravagant. One must know that in the outside world, the spring of life was definitely a legendary existence. He used the spring water of the spring of life to brew immortal wine, and if a mortal drank a mouthful, they would immediately die. This was because mortals could not withstand the immense spiritual energy within the immortal wine. If an immortal drank a mouthful, they would also die. Only existences at the immortal king realm and above could enjoy this immortal wine. Even those at the extreme Tao realm could increase their cultivation by drinking this immortal wine. The fragrance of the wine spread out, causing the limitless demon lord's incarnation to drool. This wine, the limitless demon lord's incarnation, couldn't help but be moved when he smelled the fragrance. You want a drink? Come, I'll treat you. Gu Fei smiled as he raised his cup. I'll drink your head. The limitless demon lord's incarnation was extremely depressed. This fella was definitely doing this on purpose. This was really preposterous. This daddy's incarnation, why would he drink wine? Sigh, even if you don't want to give me face, you don't have to scold me. Gu Fei shook his head. Damn it. The limitless demon lord's incarnation was furious. Rumble, an even more powerful demonic energy, rushed towards Gu Fei. However, no matter how strong the limitless demon lord's incarnation's demonic energy was, it still couldn't break through Gu Fei's defense. His demonic energy couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clothes. This daddy can't provoke you, but I can hide. The limitless demon lord's incarnation directly used a great mystic art, wanting to move Gu Fei out of his body. However, Gu Fei didn't want to leave. No matter how the limitless demon lord's incarnation used his mystic arts, he didn't move at all. This made the limitless demon lord's incarnation so depressed that he almost vomited blood. You bastard! The limitless demon lord's incarnation scolded. You're the bastard. Gu Fei directly raised his middle finger towards the sky. You! The limitless demon lord's incarnation was enraged. However, he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei at all. Then, if we continue to waste time, can you still stay in there for the rest of your life? The limitless demon lord's incarnation laughed coldly. Waste your head. If this daddy doesn't show off, do you think that this daddy is a sick cat? Gu Fei kept the table and chair, as well as the wine and roasted meat. He then stretched his back. All right, I'll get rid of you now. Then go look for your main body. As Gu Fei spoke, he punched out. This punch seemed like a casual punch from Gu Fei. However, this punch actually pierced through the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. Bam! A huge hole actually appeared on the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. How is this possible? The limitless demon lord's incarnation was both shocked and furious. He couldn't believe that this human was actually this strong. Could it be that this fellow was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Chapter 54:11. In the chaotic void, Gu Fei didn't want to play with the incarnation of the limitless demon lord anymore. You're just an incarnation. Do you really think you're a real limitless prime? Gu Fei punched and blasted a huge hole in the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. He rushed out of the hole. You, the incarnation of the limitless demon lord, was shocked and angry. What? Don't you know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? Then why do you still dare to come out? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Damn it. The wound on the incarnation of the limitless demon lord healed rapidly. Although this guy was just an incarnation, he was also extremely powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was just an incarnation. All right, I'll get rid of you first. Then I'll play with your main body. After saying that, Gu Fei punched again. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's punch directly destroyed the incarnation of the limitless demon lord. The incarnation of the limitless demon lord didn't even have the strength to fight back. The difference was too great. In front of Gu Fei, this guy couldn't even withstand a single blow. A mass of demonic qi wrapped around a mass of demonic light rushed out. It was about to break through the chaotic void to escape. However, a huge hand directly grabbed the mass of demonic qi and demonic light. The hand grabbed the demonic qi and demonic light. You dare! The mass of demonic light in Gu Fei's hand emitted a wave of spiritual will. Although Gu Fei destroyed the incarnation of the limitless demon lord with a punch, this guy's spiritual will didn't dissipate. This spiritual will was actually trying to escape. TCH, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei said as a mass of divine light appeared in his hand. In just a few seconds, this mass of demonic light was directly refined into a wave of yuan qi and then devoured. Not bad. Gu Fei was somewhat satisfied, but he also wanted to continue. It had been a long time since he devoured such a powerful wave of yuan qi. This wave of yuan qi was definitely at the limitless prime level. A powerful wave of essence energy erupted from Gu Fei's body, dispersing the surrounding primal qi. Who was it that dared to destroy my incarnation? At this moment, in the Zhongtian Buddha land, within the sacred ground of the Buddha race, a horrifying demonic voice rang out. Outside the sacred ground, there were countless malevolent demonic beings gathered. At this moment, countless demonic creatures were trembling on the ground, not daring to move. Apart from the countless demonic creatures, there were also countless demonic soldiers looking at the sacred ground in horror. Very soon, a demonic figure walked out from the sacred land of the Buddha clan. Countless demonic soldiers and generals prostrated themselves before the demonic figure when they saw it. After Gu Fei got rid of the limitless demon lord's clone, he directly tore through the chaotic void and appeared in the void near the Central Sky Emperor capital. At this moment, Golden Fiend supremacy had already escaped. As for Earth Devil Venerable, he died in the hands of Yu Xian Er. The devil army that Earth Devil Venerable brought was also annihilated. Those devils were also wiped out by the soldiers under the 4 generals. After being besieged by the devil army for half a month, the Central Sky Emperor capital had finally overcome the crisis. Countless humans in the Central Sky Emperor capital also heaved a sigh of relief. The army of demons outside the city had been annihilated, and countless humans in the city had escaped the calamity. If Earth Devil Venerable had led the army of demons into the Central Sky Emperor capital, then the entire human race in the city would have been annihilated. At that time, there would have been many deaths. The crisis of the Central Sky Emperor capital had been easily resolved by Gu Fei. When the news spread to the Central Sky Emperor capital, the entire Central Sky Emperor capital was in an uproar. However, the Central Sky Emperor Lord and the rest were not happy, because the next time the demons came, it would be the limitless demon lord who personally appeared. The limitless demon lord was a supreme existence in the limitless realm. However, no one expected the limitless demon lord to come so quickly. Gu Fei was welcomed into the Central Sky Emperor capital by Xiaoye and the rest. Before he could even sit down, a terrifying demonic pressure descended on every living being in the Central Sky Emperor capital. Everyone was trembling in fear from this demonic aura. The supreme demonic pressure of a true, limitless realm expert enveloped the entire Central Sky Emperor capital. The limitless demon lord's original body is here. Gu Fei could not help but frown. This guy came a little too quickly. Master, under this demonic pressure, Xiaoye was also trembling in fear. It's the limitless demon lord. I'll go meet this guy. At this moment, Gu Fei's battle blood was boiling. Recently, the only opponent he had encountered was the snow demon on the culmination snow mountain. Now, he had encountered another demon lord. This limitless demon lord's cultivation was probably even higher than the snow demons. Such a powerful opponent could only be encountered by chance. Gu Fei had long wanted to find a guy who was on par with him to have a good fight with. Swish! Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared in front of Xiaoye and the rest. In the next moment, he appeared high up in the sky outside the Central Sky Emperor capital. It was you who killed one of my incarnations. A faint, demonic figure stared at Gu Fei and laughed coldly. It was me. So what? Gu Fei said indifferently. Die. As the limitless demon lord spoke, he sent a palm towards Gu Fei. His palm rapidly grew in size. In just an instant, it became as huge as a mountain, enveloping Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei pointed out with a finger. A ray of light shot out, directly piercing through the limitless demon lord's descending palm. 5-element fist. Gu Fei then sent a punch towards the limitless demon lord. The limitless demon lord also sent out a punch. Boom! The two fists instantly collided. Two powerful fist energies exploded at the same time. Gu Fei only felt a powerful force coming from the other party's fist. He could not help but fly backwards. As for the limitless demon lord, he did not move at all. Your cultivation base. The limitless demon lord was extremely shocked. He could still remember Gu Fei. The last time he broke free from the origin source of the demonic Tao, he had come into contact with this fella. But back then, the limitless demon lord was still recovering. Therefore, he did not chase after Gu Fei. But now that he saw Gu Fei again, this human's cultivation base had actually shot up to the infinite prime realm. And it was even the middle level of the infinite prime realm. How was that possible? The limitless demon lord had never expected that a human who was not even an infinite prime could actually break through to the infinite prime realm in such a short amount of time. One must know that breaking through to the infinite prime realm was no easy feat. Some people would never be able to take that step in their entire lives. That was because breaking through to the infinite prime realm was no longer something that could be achieved through cultivation. It required opportunities and luck. The limitless demon lord did not believe that Gu Fei's luck was that good. Are you surprised? Gu Fei smiled. You have quite a lot of secrets on you. The limitless demon lord said calmly. Who doesn't have any secrets? Chapter 54:12. No one expected the limitless demon lord to reach Zhongtian imperial capital so quickly. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. When the countless living beings in the Central Sky Emperor City felt the terrifying demonic might descending from the sky, they all trembled. Even Emperor realm cultivators were no different from ants in the face of this demonic aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting it. Even their souls were trembling. Only Gu Fei and Yu Xian weren't affected. Gu Fei was an infinite prime and naturally didn't fear the limitless demon lord. Yu Xian wasn't an infinite prime, but once she fused with Ling Tian Palace Lord, she would become the limitless sword master. Even if she didn't fuse with Ling Tian Palace Lord, her cultivation was infinitely close to infinite prime. She didn't fear the limitless demon lord. With just one punch, the limitless demon lord found out Gu Fei's cultivation. Mid-infinite prime. The kid, who wasn't even an infinite prime back then, was actually a mid-infinite prime now. That was just too unbelievable. How long had it been? Even in the limitless realm, it would take countless years to reach infinite prime from the peak of eternal realm. In the limitless realm, countless people were stuck at the peak of eternal realm and couldn't advance any further. Even if someone had an epiphany, they wouldn't be able to break through to infinite prime immediately because it was too difficult. Even in the limitless realm, there weren't many infinite primes. They weren't so numerous that they could be seen everywhere. Very good. When I capture you and search your soul, your secret will be exposed. The limitless demon lord took a step forward and pressed towards Gu Fei. Really? Maybe I'll capture you and search your soul. Gu Fei hated this fellow to the core because he had been schemed against by this fellow. If he had not refined the ultimate demon source that he had obtained from the extreme demon cave, this fellow would probably still be slumbering in the ultimate demon source. This guy was released by him. Great Heaven Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei slammed his palm towards the limitless demon lord. The powerful Great Heaven Annihilation Palm enveloped the limitless demon lord. Heaven-splitting blade, one blade splitting the heavens. The limitless demon lord directly chopped out with his right hand. The powerful demonic path energy transformed into an incomparably sharp blade light, instantly slicing apart Gu Fei's palm energy. This demon lord split Gu Fei's palm energy with a single slash, and the sharp blade light instantly chopped down in front of Gu Fei. Chaotic heaven and earth. Gu Fei unleashed the upgraded version of the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 esoteric arts of the immortal Tao. His hand circled in front of him, and the saber light that was slashing towards him was directly reversed by him, directly slashing back towards the limitless demon master. The limitless demon master was shocked. Not only was the saber light that he had slashed out deflected twice, even his palm had turned 180 degrees. He hurriedly turned his body sideways and avoided the second slash of the saber light and the hand chop. Bam! Taking advantage of the opening revealed by the limitless demon lord, Gu Fei punched the limitless demon lord's body. The limitless demon lord was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, directly crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. With a loud boom, the entire mountain was directly smashed apart by the limitless demon lord. Dust and dirt rose high into the sky, and at the next moment, a towering demonic aura erupted, covering up the dust and dirt that were soaring into the sky. The vast and mighty demonic aura transformed into a huge demonic figure that roared towards the sky. A terrifying demonic aura spread out in all directions. Even though the Zhongtian Sky Emperor had already activated the defensive Grand Formation, the countless living beings in the city still felt a great threat. Those with weaker cultivations even had their inner demons triggered by the demonic nature. Although they did not directly transform into malevolent demonic creatures, they still lost their rationality and descended into madness, attacking everyone in the city. The city was instantly thrown into chaos. Even the Zhongtian Sky Imperial Lord had no choice but to personally deal with these living beings whose inner demons had erupted and had descended into madness. Che, I know this move as well. As Gu Fei said that, his body jerked and a huge figure surged out from his body, roaring at the huge demonic figure. This was a Dharma aspect of the heaven and earth, and anyone could control it. As Gu Fei's aura spread out, it immediately diluted the terrifying demonic nature of the heaven and earth. The two Dharma aspects of the heaven and earth faced off against each other, causing the entire sky to change color and the sun and moon to dim down. For the countless people in the Zhongtian Sky Emperor's capital, this was as terrifying as the end of the world. Oi, this won't do. Do you want to destroy this part of the world? Gu Fei could sense that this part of the heaven and earth was actually becoming unstable under the impact of the two powerful beings' essence chi. This caused him to feel uneasy. Haha, even if this part of the world is destroyed, what does it have to do with me? The limitless demon lord laughed out loud. He was a demon lord and had no qualms about doing things. If this part of the world is destroyed, what fun would there be? Gu Fei said coldly, "That's true. That would be a lot less fun." The limitless demon lord nodded. "Then how about we enter the primal chaos and have a battle?" Gu Fei said loudly to the limitless demon lord. "Up to you. No matter where we fight, there will only be one outcome for you, and that is to lose." The limitless demon lord said indifferently, "You've got guts." As Gu Fei said that, he waved his right hand. In the next instant, a huge crack appeared in the void between him and the limitless demon lord. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, wanting to tear open the void of the void realm was really not a difficult task. Gu Fei directly rushed into the crack. The limitless demon lord laughed and also rushed into the crack. With his cultivation, there was no need for him to fear anyone in the void realm. Right now, even if the limitless sword master came personally, he would not be afraid. As the huge spatial crack in the void disappeared, the two terrifying auras that made people's hearts palpitate disappeared from the world. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Master, in the Zhongtian royal capital, Xiaoyu was very worried. The limitless demon lord was no ordinary demon. He was the strongest demon in the void realm. Although Gu Fei was powerful, it would be very difficult for him to defeat that demon. High up in the sky, Yu Xian pondered for a moment before she directly rushed into the sky and disappeared. In her current state, Yu Xian was no match for the limitless demon lord. Only by fusing with Ling Tian Palace Master and becoming the limitless sword master would she be qualified to fight against the limitless demon lord. However, no one knew if Yu Xian went to look for Ling Tian Palace Master. At this moment, in the void of primal chaos again, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The surrounding primal qi was blocked off by the yuan qi fluctuations that erupted from the two figures. The void of primal chaos was definitely the best place for limitless primes to fight. Because there was nothing here other than primal chaos, they could fight without any worries. Let's begin. The limitless demon lord looked at Gu Fei and said calmly, "All right." Chapter 54:13. Gu Fei had previously derived all the techniques he knew, such as the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the broken extremity fist, the 8 desolation steps, and other battle techniques, all of which had been derived by him into the limitless realm's battle techniques. Now that he made a fist stance, the power of the 5 elements immediately surged out of his body. This was the strengthened version of the 5 elements fist. The limitless demon lord realized that the chaotic qi around Gu Fei was being split into the 5 elements, which were then absorbed by Gu Fei's body. This little guy could actually refine the chaotic qi so easily. The limitless demon lord also made a stance. Once he made this stance, the surrounding chaotic qi also gathered towards him crazily and was then devoured and refined by his demonic body. However, he needed to devour the chaotic qi into his body before he could refine it into his own demonic qi. On the other hand, Gu Fei had already split the chaotic qi into the 5 elements outside his body. In terms of devouring and refining chaotic qi, Gu Fei was actually a level higher than the limitless demon lord. Limitless demon fist. The limitless demon lord shouted, and then directly punched towards Gu Fei. Roar! A deafening roar resounded in the air. Then, boundless demonic fist force condensed into a ferocious and terrifying demonic dragon that pounced towards Gu Fei. Fire fist! Gu Fei used the fire fist of the 5 elements fist. Rumble, monstrous fire element fist force erupted from his fist. Flames illuminated the entire chaos void. Amidst the flames, a fire dragon rushed out and directly collided with the demonic dragon that was pouncing on him. Boom! The 2 huge dragon shadows directly exploded, and at the same time dissipated in the void. The 2 forces turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. In just an instant, who knew how many tens of thousands of miles of the void's chaotic qi was instantly dispersed. The limitless demon lord was like an unshakable demonic mountain. He didn't move at all, and only his clothes fluttered a few times. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was sent flying backward for God knows how many miles before he could stabilize his body. "You're quite strong, kid," the limitless demon lord calmly spoke. His gaze pierced through the endless void and landed on Gu Fei. A divine will locked onto Gu Fei. Peak of peerless peak? Gu Fei stared at the limitless demon lord, his eyes shining brightly. Great success, just a little bit away from the peak. The limitless demon master did not conceal his cultivation. At his level of cultivation, there was no longer any need to conceal his cultivation. This was because he was almost invincible even in the limitless realm. The infinite world was not filled with infinite primes. However, that was a world without death. As long as there were no accidents, any living creature could live forever. Therefore, the living beings of the limitless realm had plenty of time to cultivate. However, what was the purpose of cultivating? Most of the living beings in the limitless realm didn't know about this. For the living beings outside of the limitless realm, cultivating was for the sake of living on and on. However, for the living beings of the limitless realm, they didn't need to worry about their lifespan at all. Existences like the limitless demon lord, who had cultivated to the peak of peerless peak, were extremely rare even in the limitless realm. Therefore, the limitless demon lord had the confidence to be arrogant. "That means he's only one minor realm higher than me," Gu Fei muttered. "That means he'll be able to completely crush you if he's one minor realm higher than you." The limitless demon lord was very confident. That might not be the case. We'll only know after we fight," Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "Then let's continue." The limitless demon lord took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Then he punched towards Gu Fei. The dragon-shaped fist force appeared again. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Fei also punched out. This time he used the metal element fist. Resplendent golden light blossomed from his fist. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared in this chaotic void. The demonic dragon devouring the sun. This scene was extremely shocking. As if there was no suspense, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. "He's only one minor realm higher than me, and yet he can really crush me?" Gu Fei was both shocked and infuriated. After all, it was his forte to challenge an expert of a higher realm than him. Secret technique of ascension. Gu Fei had no choice but to use his trump card. In the next moment, an unprecedentedly powerful wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body. In that instant, his battle prowess directly surpassed his limits. The limitless demon lord sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. His blood-red eyes shot out two frightening beams of demonic light. The secret technique of ascension that Gu Fei used had a time limit. Even though his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the infinite prime realm, he could only maintain such a powerful state for a short period of time. Once the time was up, he would immediately return to his original state. Again, Gu Fei was unstoppable. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. He directly punched out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yuan Qi surged. This time, the limitless demon lord was actually shaken. He was directly sent, flying several kilometers away. Interesting. The ripples of demonic energy on the limitless demon lord became even more powerful. This peerless demon still had a trick up his sleeve, but now it seemed that he could no longer hold it back. A secret technique that can increase your battle prowess? The limitless demon lord stared at Gu Fei. His blood-red eyes narrowed. Again, Gu Fei took another step forward and appeared in front of the limitless demon lord again. He still punched out. This kind of attack was simple and direct. For an existence at Gu Fei's level, the simplest move could explode with the greatest power. Bang! The limitless demon lord also punched out. The two fists instantly collided. The two figures were sent flying back at the same time. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had already used the secret technique of ascension. But he could only fight evenly with this demon? The limitless demon lord was in existence at the peak of the infinite prime realm, while Gu Fei was a middle stage infinite prime. They were only separated by a small realm. However, because of this small realm, if Gu Fei did not use the secret technique of ascension, he would really be tortured by the limitless demon lord. The two figures immediately charged at each other. They moved quickly in the chaotic void. Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously, shaking the chaotic void. Gu Fei attacked without any hesitation. This was the first time he used his full strength after his cultivation recovered to the infinite prime realm. The limitless demon lord's strength made his battle blood boil. The limitless demon lord was also filled with battle intent. The last time he fought with the limitless swordmaster, he was very sullen. This was because he had just woken up from a deep sleep and his cultivation had not recovered. However, it was different this time. After a period of recuperation, the limitless demon lord's cultivation had finally recovered to its peak state. Chapter 54:14. The secret technique of ascension allowed Gu Fei's battle prowess to surpass his limits and reach a whole new level. However, the unbounded demon lord was no pushover either. The unbounded demon lord's cultivation was also very shocking. Moreover, the four minor realms of the unbounded prime realm were worlds apart. This was also the reason why Gu Fei could not defeat the unbounded demon lord even after using the secret technique of ascension. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Every time a sound rang out, the surrounding primal chi would be completely dispersed. There was absolutely no need for space. In such a space, the supreme existences of the unbounded prime realm could directly open up a small world. The unbounded demon lord pointed out with his right finger, and a black hole suddenly appeared. It instantly swallowed Gu Fei into the black hole. Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he appeared in a small world filled with monstrous demonic aura. There were demonic shadows everywhere, and terrifying demonic lights could be seen everywhere. The unbounded demon lord casually pointed out and opened up a demonic sky in the chaotic void. Suppress! The unbounded demon lord's voice rang out in the small world. In the next moment, all the power of the demonic sky pressed down on Gu Fei. In just an instant, Gu Fei felt the surrounding void solidify. It was as if he was being slammed by a terrifying demonic mountain. The power of the demonic sky surged in from all directions and directly collided with Gu Fei's body. Moreover, this demonic power was getting stronger and stronger. The unbounded demon lord was using the power of the demonic sky to suppress Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei roared and his body shook. In the next moment, countless spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Do you think I can't suppress a little fellow like you? The unbounded demon lord's voice rang out. In the next moment, demonic patterns released a terrifying demonic light that descended from the sky towards Gu Fei. Trying to suppress me? The corner of Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold, evil smile. Open! Gu Fei roared furiously, and an extremely powerful infinite power immediately erupted from his body. This power was invincible, and the surrounding space immediately collapsed. One palm to destroy the heavens. Gu Fei immediately struck out with the Great Heaven Annihilation Palm. A terrifying power that could destroy the world erupted from his palm, and the countless demonic patterns that were trying to seal him were immediately shattered by the destructive power of his palm. The entire small world created by the limitless demon lord was directly blasted apart by Gu Fei's palm. Rumble, the small world was destroyed, releasing a terrifying destructive power that destroyed everything. Gu Fei rushed out of the collapsing small world. As soon as he rushed out of the collapsing small world, a fist greeted him. Bam! This fist directly smashed into Gu Fei's eye, sending Gu Fei flying. What? Gu Fei was enraged. You old demon! Don't hit my face when you hit me. Gu Fei was so angry that he directly flew tens of miles away before he could stabilize himself. His eyes were in so much pain that he couldn't even open them. What do you mean, don't hit my face when you hit me? The limitless demon lord didn't care about this, and continued to attack. Bam! Gu Fei was hit again. This time, his left eye wasn't spared either, and it took a solid hit from the limitless demon lord's fist. Preposterous! I already said don't hit my face, and you're still doing it. I'm not done with you. Gu Fei was truly enraged. In the next instant, a sword chime rang out from his body, and then countless terrifying sword lights erupted from his body, piercing towards the limitless demon lord. His sword cultivation wasn't weak, and every single sword light contained a terrifying destructive aura. The limitless demon lord's hands danced, and the sword lights that were piercing towards him were actually blocked by his bare hands, and were all blown away. Swish! A sword light brushed past the limitless demon lord's forehead, and a strand of hair floated down from the sky. The limitless demon lord's gaze instantly turned incomparably sharp. This fellow actually chopped off a strand of his hair? This had angered the limitless demon lord. Kill! A terrifying killing intent instantly erupted from the limitless demon lord's body, causing the entire chaotic void to tremble. At this moment, this unparalleled demon lord finally looked like a real demon. The limitless demon lord's right hand directly grabbed towards Gu Fei. The countless sword lights that were piercing towards him were all shattered by his demonic claw. In an instant, his demonic claw grabbed onto Gu Fei's chest. However, the instant the limitless demon lord's hand grabbed onto Gu Fei's chest, he was shocked, because he felt as though his demonic claw had grabbed onto an indestructible piece of divine metal. The limitless demon lord's sharp claw actually couldn't pierce into Gu Fei's body, and his fingers were actually aching from the impact. *T. The limitless demon lord was truly shocked. He didn't expect Gu Fei's physical body to be so strong. This was practically a human-shaped, unbounded realm Dao treasure. You dare to hit my face. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed heavily on the limitless demon lord's face. The limitless demon lord cried out in pain and was directly sent flying. Gu Fei's fist landed heavily on the bridge of his nose. Then, the limitless demon lord's nose started to bleed. What's your nose made of? Gu Fei saw that his fist had only caused the limitless demon lord's nose to bleed, but the limitless demon lord's nose was still very strong. This limitless demon lord's demonic body was very strong. Damn it! The limitless demon lord was truly enraged this time around. To think that this puny human would dare to injure him, and even cause him to bleed. Even in his previous battle with the limitless swordmaster didn't put him in such a wretched state. This fella's nose was punched by Gu Fei, and he turned into the red-nosed demon lord. Damn your head! You were the one who didn't follow the rules first, and slapped your daddy's face first. Your daddy is returning a tooth for a tooth. Gu Fei chased after the limitless demon lord, but this time around he wasn't able to slap the limitless demon lord's face. That was because the limitless demon lord was prepared. Gu Fei flew into a rage as he punched out with both fists at the limitless demon lord's face. The entire void was filled with the shadows of Gu Fei's fists. A series of collisions rang out. The limitless demon lord was being pummeled by Gu Fei. All he could do was protect his face with all his might. For a moment or so, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. *CK. Gu Fei yelled out as he punched out with all his might towards the limitless demon lord's face. The limitless demon lord used his arms to protect his face. Therefore, this punch of Gu Fei's landed on his arms. Bam! A dull, thud rang out as the limitless demon lord was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, smashing into the chaos chi behind him. I've said it before. Don't hit my face. Chapter 54:15. When Gu Fei became ruthless, even he was afraid of himself. His frenzied attacks actually left the limitless demon lord unable to retaliate. In the end, he sent the limitless demon lord flying. The limitless demon lord was smashed into the chaotic chi and flew for tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, Gu Fei's combat strength had reached a level that shocked even the limitless demon lord. However, the Heaven Ascension's secret technique had a time limit. He couldn't maintain such a powerful state forever. Boom! In the next moment, the chaotic chi exploded and the limitless demon lord charged out from it. Limitless demon fist. The limitless demon lord roared. In the next moment, the void was filled with his fist shadows. Countless fist shadows covered the sky as they smashed towards Gu Fei. 5 elements fist, 5 elements heaven breaking. Gu Fei didn't show any weakness and directly struck out with his strongest 5 elements fist. Countless 5-colored fists clashed against the incoming demon fist. Concentrated sounds of collision could be heard. The 2 limitless demon lords started fighting again. And at this time, outside the primal chaos void, the Devil Race army appeared all around the Central Sky Emperor capital. These Devil Race army swarmed in from all directions, surrounding the Central Sky Emperor capital. Outside the Heaven Ascension Imperial City, the Devil Chi was vast and mighty. One after another, powerful figures appeared outside the Heaven Ascension Imperial City. On the walls of the Heaven Imperial City, the guards were panicking. What's going on? Xiao Yu directly ascended to the top of the city wall. When she saw the demonic figures outside the city, she was incomparably shocked. No one expected the army of demons to come back so quickly. Moreover, Gu Fei wasn't around and Yu Xian's whereabouts were unknown. Xiao Yu only had 4 generals as her strongest combat strength. However, this time, it was likely that the 4 great demon lords under the limitless demon lord were here, because 4 incomparably powerful devil Dao auras appeared outside the city. Under the limitless demon lord, there were originally 5 great demon lords. They were the 5 elements demon lords. However, the earth demon lord had already been killed by Yu Xian. Now the 5 elements demon lords were only left with the metal, wood, water, and earth demon lords. Your Highness, the voice of the Zenith Imperial Lord, who was following beside Lilia, was trembling. The vast and mighty demonic aura outside was causing even his soul to tremble. An Emperor Realm Cultivator was as weak as an ant before a demon sovereign. What are you afraid of? The defensive array formation has been activated. Do you think they can break in? Wu Jizhan said coldly. Because of the attack on the eastern wilderness, Long Xiaozhou had taken away almost all the experts, leaving only the 4 generals. Right now, the situation in the eastern wasteland had not stabilized. Long Xiaozhou could not return because the eastern wasteland also needed experts to hold down the fort. 4 demon sovereigns. Wu Jixian's battle intent surged. He really wanted to go out and fight with these devil lords. Let's wait and see. Xiao Yu said. She had no choice but to send a message transmission talisman to Yu Xian. How troublesome. Up in the 9 heavens, Yu Xian, I was currently outside the towering heavenly palace. After receiving Xiao Yu's message, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. The reason why she came to look for the Ling Tian Palace Lord was naturally because she wanted to fuse with him. Only then would they be able to contend against the limitless Devil Sovereign. If not, they would definitely die. Although Yu Xian was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to come. Palace Lord, are you still not willing to come out? Yu Xian roared towards the towering heavenly palace. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire towering heavenly palace. All the disciples and successors of the towering heavenly palace were incomparably shocked. Who was this person that actually dared to act so impudently outside the towering heavenly palace? The limitless devil sovereign has already come out of seclusion. If you don't wish to die, come out and see me. Yu Xian shouted. Palace Lord is currently in seclusion. Guest, please leave. At this moment, a figure walked out from the towering heavenly palace. It was an old man with white hair and white brows. This person was the battle hall elder of the towering heavenly palace. Who are you? Hurry up and call the towering heavenly palace Lord out to see me. Yu Xian was extremely impatient. No matter who you are simply courting death for daring to act so impudently outside the towering heavenly palace. The battle hall elder was incomparably domineering, but Yu Xian had retracted her aura. The battle hall elder was completely unable to sense her cultivation. Scram! Yu Xian waved her right hand. Then that incomparably domineering battle hall elder screamed miserably as he was sent flying into the towering heavenly palace. When the successors of the towering heavenly palace saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. Someone actually dared to attack outside the towering heavenly palace? Previously it was Gu Fei. Now there was another one. Did they really think that the towering heavenly palace was a soft persimmon that they could squash as they pleased? The defensive formation of the towering heavenly palace was immediately activated. There was no choice. The palace lord was in seclusion. Who could go against the person outside? Therefore, all the successors of the towering heavenly palace could only hole up in the towering heavenly palace temporarily. One must know that the battle hall elder was a good example. Towering heavenly palace lord, you are AB****. Yu Xian started scolding outside the towering heavenly palace. But no matter how much she scolded, no one in the towering heavenly palace dared to step out. Yu Xian continued scolding outside the towering heavenly palace for more than 2 hours before leaving. Since Xiao Ye had sent a Dao talisman for help, she had to go. Just as Yu Xian was rushing towards the Central Sky Royal Capital, the army of demons outside the Central Sky Royal Capital had already started their attack. The first wave of attack was the demonic creatures. Countless low-level demonic creatures surged towards the Central Sky Royal Capital like a tidal wave. Very soon, a concentrated collision sound was heard. Countless demonic creatures directly collided with the defensive light barrier of the Central Sky Royal Capital. Many of the demonic creatures were badly injured. Very soon, the light barrier outside the city wall was filled with the corpses of countless demonic creatures. These demonic creatures were directly smashed to death. Archers, get ready! On the city wall, angry roars were heard. Countless archers on the city wall immediately drew their bows and knocked their arrows. Release the arrows! As the orders were given, a rain of arrows immediately soared from the city wall. The arrows rained down outside the city, and countless demonic creatures fell to the ground. These weren't ordinary arrows. These were the devil-breaking arrows used by the defending army of the Central Sky Royal Capital. As long as they were hit, let alone the demonic creatures, even the demonic soldiers would die. The defensive light barrier of the Central Sky Royal Capital prevented the demonic creatures from attacking from the outside. However, the attacks from the outside were not affected at all. This was the mystical nature of the protective array of the Central Sky Royal Capital. Wave after wave of arrows flew from the city wall and landed. Countless demonic creatures were directly shot to death. Outside the Central Sky Royal Capital, it had already become a terrifying purgatory. However, the demonic creatures that were shot to death were low-level demonic creatures. The real demonic soldiers were still in formation in the distance and did not launch any attacks. Are you guys going to hide in this tortoise shell forever? At this moment, a voice came from outside the city and entered the Central Sky Royal Capital. a powerful demonic figure appeared outside the city. It was the Golden Demon Sovereign. He was here again. Chapter 54:16. In the Void Realm, outside the Sky Royal City, the 4 demon lords led their respective armies to kill their way outside the Sky Royal City. They immediately surrounded the Sky Royal City. Wong, wong. The void trembled as one demonic formation after another appeared outside the Imperial City. Balls of demonic light appeared between the heavens and earth, enveloping the demonic army below in a barrier of light. The devil-slaying arrows shot from the walls of the Sky Royal City were all deflected when they landed on the demonic light. Not a single devil-slaying arrow could land on the demonic light, as they were all blocked. However, the demonic light barrier formed by the power of the demonic formations did not envelop the low-grade demonic creatures. Countless demons fell to the ground after being hit by the arrows, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. The stench even wafted into the Sky Royal City. The 4 demon lords did not care about the life or death of these low-grade demonic creatures, as they could have as many of them as they wanted. In their demonic territory, there was no shortage of demonic creatures. They wanted to use the demonic blood of these demonic creatures to corrode the light barrier formed by the defensive formation of the Sky Royal City. However, although the demonic blood of the demonic creatures was demonic, it was impossible for it to corrode the light barrier formed by the defensive formation of the Sky Royal City. The Sky Royal City was located on one of the ancestral earth veins of Sky Royal City, with the ancestral earth veins providing a steady stream of spiritual energy. The defensive formation of the Sky Royal City could not be breached. Only existences on the level of the 4 demon lords could have a chance of breaching the defensive formation of the Sky Royal City. However, Xiaoya also had existences on her side that could contend with the 4 demon lords. They were the 4 generals under Gu Fei, especially the eldest of the 4 generals, Wu Jixian, who was extremely powerful. The 4 demon lords were still observing and did not make a move. Countless demonic creatures were still rushing towards the Sky Royal City. They would not stop at all. The corpses of the demonic creatures outside the city were piled up like a mountain. However, the 4 demon lords had no intention of letting these low-grade demonic creatures stop. What should we do? We're almost out of devil-slaying arrows. The Sky Royal Lord said to Xiaoya carefully from the top of the city wall. Although the Zhongtian Imperial City had a lot of weapons in storage, they could not sustain such a huge expenditure, especially the devil-piercing arrows, which were no ordinary arrows. At this time, all the weapon forgers in the Zhongtian Imperial City were working as hard as they could to craft the devil-piercing arrows. Even so, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Once we're done, we'll defend. Xiaoya's expression was incomparably solemn. He hoped that his master could defeat the limitless demon lord, because as long as his master defeated the limitless demon lord, everything would be fine. Once the limitless demon lord was defeated, the army of demons outside would naturally collapse. Therefore, the outcome of the battle between Gu Fei and the limitless demon master would decide everything. There was no helping it, this was the reality. No matter if it was Gu Fei or the limitless demon lord, they were both absolutely powerful existences. Their victory or defeat was the most important. If Gu Fei lost, then Xiaoya and the others would have to run away. Then, Gu Fei's ambition would also vanish into thin air. Now, all Xiaoya could do was defend the Central Sky Emperor capital. You guys go and guard the 4 directions. Xiao, you immediately gave the order to the 4 generals behind her. Yes, Your Highness. With Wu Jixian in the lead, the 4 generals immediately accepted the order and soared into the sky from the top of the city. Each of them guarded one direction, guarding the 4 directions of the Central Sky Imperial City. In this way, even if the 4 demon lords outside the city attacked the Central Sky Imperial City at the same time, Xiaoya and the others would be able to react immediately. At this time, the countless living beings in the Central Sky Imperial City were extremely terrified. The entire sky had darkened because the Central Sky Imperial City was shrouded in devil chi. The area where the Central Sky Imperial City was located seemed to have fallen into darkness. The city was brightly lit, and the streets were filled with people. Everyone knew that once the army of demons outside the city killed their way into the city, all of them, and even all the demonic races, would definitely die. Demons were existences that proved their Tao through killing. Demons devoured the yuan qi of other living beings through killing to strengthen their own devil qi. Therefore, once the army of demons killed their way into the city, no one would be able to survive. All the living beings in the entire Central Sky Imperial City were terrified. At this time, the army under the 4 generals also started to move. This was an army that had experienced hundreds of battles. They were terrifying soldiers that had crawled out from piles of corpses. Every single one of the soldiers exuded a powerful killing intent. This army under Gu Fei was the strongest army under the command of the Hong Tian Heavenly Emperor. Although there were only 120,000 of them, they were comparable to the 1 million devil army of the demons. With this army guarding the Central Sky Imperial City, even if the 4 demon lords wanted to attack the Central Sky Imperial City, it would not be easy. Want to attack? Dream on. Xiao Yi looked at the monstrous devil chi outside and said coldly. At this time in the chaotic void, the battle between Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord was still going on, and it was extremely intense. Dull sounds of collision rang out continuously, and the entire chaotic void was boiling. 2 supreme powers of the limitless demon lord were crazily colliding and destroying each other. This fella is too strong. Gu Fei could not take it anymore because the Sky Ascension's secret technique had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. At that time, he would be in deep trouble. Hey, old demon, after fighting for so long, neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we find a place to drink some tea and eat some buns? Gu Fei said as he attacked. Drink tea and eat buns? The limitless demon lord was confused when he heard this. What's the point of continuing to fight? Are we really going to fight until both of us are injured? Gu Fei continued. You can fight whenever you want, and stop whenever you don't want. The limitless demon lord sneered. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Gu Fei said coldly. The limitless demon lord could not help but frown. This fellow was very strong. If they fought until both of them were injured, when the limitless sword master arrived, wouldn't he be dead for sure? The limitless sword master was so strong that even the limitless demon lord was wary of him. One should know that when he fought against the limitless sword master, he was beaten up badly by the limitless sword master and had no choice but to retreat into the demonic realm. Moreover, the limitless sword master even charged into the demonic realm. If not for the limitless demon lord hiding in a special place, he would have been finished. Now that the limitless demon lord thought about that battle, his heart still palpitated. But now that he had recovered his cultivation, even if he met the limitless sword master, he would be able to fight. Very well, then let's not fight. The limitless demon lord punched out, clashing with Gu Fei's fist. Both of them were sent flying backwards. See you again. The limitless demon lord tore through space and left the chaotic void. We will meet again. Gu Fei tore through space and left the chaotic void as well. It was almost time for him to use the Sky Ascension secret technique.